but not.
You did what I needed you to do. I got what I needed. So.
Oh, yep.
We're good?
That was
Okay.
me.
You guys like that best.
Didn't need to do that.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the October 7th regular meeting of the Masconomet School Committee. We are being live streamed and recorded. We're going to go straight into executive session and return no earlier than 7:15. So I'm going to move to enter into executive session to discuss strategy relative to contract negotiations with the Mascom Teachers Association. And to return to open session, executive session purpose number 3. I've determined that holding this discussion in open session may have a detrimental impact on the district's bargaining position.
I second.
All right, we will do a roll call for this. Julie?
Yes.
Tasha?
Yes.
Bonnie? Yes. Joe?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Curtin?
Oh, yes.
Costa?
Yes.
Melissa?
Yes.
Kristen?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. All right, so we will go to executive session. We're live, okay. All right, we're returning to open session. We finished our executive session. Welcome back, everybody. So tonight we have the school committee with us, the Pete Delaney, the high school principal, and Phil McManus, the middle school principal. And we also have Liv Dunham, who is the student advisory board rep.
She's going to see it at the end.
Oh, does she?
Yes.
See?
There was a little. Yeah, right at the end.
Well, wherever you're comfortable.
That's a special thing.
So thank you for coming. We had Nicole Masai participate in our last two meetings. So it's great to have you guys here and speak up whenever you would like to. That's only for Liv, everybody else has to. So we have a lot on the agenda tonight. Almost all is related to figuring out how to teach and learn in a pandemic. One thing we know for sure is that whatever we do choose to do tonight, it's not going to be perfect. Clearly, this is all a huge task for us, and no one asked for it at all. So I would just like to ask our community to continue to support a thoughtful and really kind discussion about the issues we face in teaching our children during this time. There's many factors that we need to consider tonight. So my goal for the meeting is that all members feel that they receive the information that they need to make an informed decision about whether we go to hybrid on the 19th and if it's the right decision for our students.
Carolyn, can you speak up? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sure. Did you hear that enough? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go to comments from the audience. Our regular listeners know that since we returned to having our meetings in the school, we haven't yet figured out a way to get live comments from the audience from afar. So we've requested people to send emails in, and I'm going to go through them. I'm going to put a few of them in categories because the sentiment was very similar. We received 4. Costa, how am I doing with my elocution? Okay. 4, I would say, heartfelt requests to move to in-person learning as soon as possible. I'm going to summarize what the people said, but right now I'm summarizing comments we received from Lance and Nicole Durgan, Ryan Hill from Boxford, Ellen Nestrovich from Boxford, and Kathleen Scarpato from Topsfield. So as I said, they all support moving to hybrid. They all are requesting us to push back on some of the accommodation requests that the school has received, if possible. And the reasons that they've mentioned to do that would be the cost of hiring a large number of proctors, a sentiment that teachers should be responsible for balancing work and family life, and then also a request to consider creative solutions to help find accommodations to help teachers so that they can return to the classroom. The next few questions are specifically related to our hybrid discussion tonight. The first is from Jenny Gustafsson from Topsfield. She has 3 quick questions. Number 1, if proctors are hired for Masco students to allow teachers to work from home, what types of safety, security training will they receive, especially in relation to lockdown procedures? Number 2, is hiring 20 proctors the best use of the school's budget? Or would it be better to find alternatives to the childcare needs of teachers? And 3, what happens if we can't hire enough proctors and hall monitors? Does this mean students will have to stay remote? The next one is from Al McCarthy. He's a resident of Topsfield, a parent, and also a teacher and coach at Masco. Many of us know him. He has asked us prior to voting to ask the frontline stakeholders 2 questions. And by frontline stakeholders, he defines them as teachers, department heads, assistant principals, and building principals. And the questions he'd like us to ask them are 1, do you feel ready for hybrid? And 2, do you feel the hybrid schedule as proposed is in the best interest of our students' education? He believes these are critical questions, and if those stakeholders are confident, he would have more confidence in the hybrid model. The next is from Kelly McVeigh from Boxford. She begins by saying, thanks for all you're doing, school committee. She has 2 questions. During the high school open house, numerous teachers mentioned having to cut curriculum in the remote model. My understanding of the hybrid option is that class time is still reduced from the full in-school experience. Is the administration considering adjustments to better replicate the full in-person school day in order to provide additional time so that curriculum gaps can be closed? In the fully remote option, I think there needs to be a better balance in time allotted for class time versus win time versus period 8 blocks. And her second quick question is, if we go hybrid, will we learn which of our students' teachers will be teaching remotely before we have to make a decision? The next 2 don't directly relate to hybrid. And they're the last 2. Mike Cusack from Boxford has a comment. The increasing perception of many people in the Tri-Town area is that the quality of education at Masco has been in decline for several years. In that context, the struggles to perfect a remote learning system or create a hybrid system are more a system of a larger problem than an isolated crisis. While working to resolve the immediate pandemic-related issues, does the school committee have, or plan to have, a 5-year plan to address the challenges facing the Masco system? Regardless of the position one takes in regards to the current remote hybrid issue, there is no doubt that Masco's reputation has taken a hard hit during this period. Given the increasing enrollment of Tri-Town students in private schools and the perceived decline of Masco, it would be unfortunate and short-sighted to believe just resolving the immediate pandemic issues position Masco better for the long run. I did ask Mike if he could to participate in a listening session we had on Monday so that we could better understand his perspective. I don't think he had a chance to do so, but maybe he can do that in the future. And I'm sure we have things that we would like to tell him about as far as our strategic planning goes. And the last one is from Gretchen Fishman. She's from Boxford. She has comments regarding the mask policy. She reviewed it and she appreciates the language regarding the medical and behavioral exemptions, but she wants to call to our attention the lack of specific language regarding the use of masks during restraint and time out. And she wants to make sure that we considered that. She was unable to find guidance from DESE about this, but she found something from the Maine Department of Education that says, I think it's language she'd like us to consider. Students involved in emergency physical restraints and inclusion should have a free and unobstructed airway and should not be wearing a face mask covering during a physical restraint or seclusion. She would like us to speak to this during our discussion of the mask policy later, and she'd also like to confirm that the staff trained to respond in emergency behavioral interventions have been given clear directives regarding the use of masks, restraint, and timeouts. So that's it for today's direct comments from the audience. I have received, I would say, for me, being a school committee member for 7 years, an unprecedented number of emails since our last meeting with all points of view. So I have shared them with everybody, and we will consider them when we have our discussion tonight. Next up was the approval of a rep to the Essex North Shore Tech School, but he was unable to make the meeting, so we're going to push that to a future meeting. And so that lets us move right on to the high school principal report with Peter Delani. We're going to do a remote learning question and answer discussion.
Okay, I think TJ was kind enough to hand everybody a copy of my notes for this evening. If anybody doesn't have one, just let me know and I'll be happy to have additional copies. Everybody's good?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm assuming everybody can hear me down there? We're good? Okay. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to give a little remote learning update as far as where we are today on October 7th. And I think it's important for us to In order to understand where we're at and what has occurred in our remote learning plan over the past 2.5 weeks, I think it's important to look at how we got to this point. And essentially, when we went out on March 12th, to this point, October 7th, it's essentially 7 months. And during the course of that 7 months, for me, I kind of look at it as there's been 4 phases. We went out in that initial period in late March. We were in an enrichment phase, and certainly everybody in the state, all departments, Department of Ed, Department of Public Health, so all families, communities were trying to figure out what we were dealing with, right? In early April, we moved into a remote learning stage, not knowing if we were going to be back at some point during the spring, and then we found out later in April that we were going to be. And at the time, in the remote learning from April through till the end of June, when we remained out, there were certain things that we had to abide by relative to the Department of Ed, as far as limits to screen time, which again were all understandable because the Department of Education was trying to figure out what were the discrepancies from community to community, what were the equity issues, and what was doable. And so we were a little bit limited as far as the rigor and the scope of what we could do in a remote environment, coupled with being in a pass-fail environment. Certainly, I think the different constituents would probably concur that that left it in a little bit of a state of flux, and different, obviously, than an environment that we would typically be operating in. The third stage for us in the school was we utilized June and then the summer to analyze and take a look at what worked in remote learning, what didn't work in remote learning, and essentially the key things of what we learned from this and where across the board relative to teaching and learning and all the departments that impact that, our IT, our facilities, our professional development, what we needed to do in order to be prepared to provide a much improved remote learning plan should we be moving into or opening the fall with that, which is what we did. And then the fourth stage was a very intensive professional development phase from the last week of August through until the opening of school in middle of August, and then brings us to where we've been for the past 2.5 weeks in the remote stage. As far as where we're at right now, I know I had a meeting this afternoon with Phil McManus, the middle school principal, and the department heads to go over some stuff. And I think, collectively, we really feel like at this point, today, Wednesday the 7th, that the teachers are hitting their stride relative towards the delivery of the remote learning. We have been able to, in September, all replacement MacBooks and new iPads have been deployed to teachers via the IT department. We've been able to get all of the Chromebooks from IT out to all of the students in the middle school and the high school who needed them. We've had our teachers have been engaged in the professional learning communities happening on a regular basis, even when they're not scheduled by administrators, which is great to see. Teachers have been sharing a lot of the resources and ideas, the successes and failures in an effort to improve their craft. The teachers that have been here physically in the building have been doing yeoman's work. Really appreciate their efforts. Teachers across the board, whether they have been virtual or everyone teaching remotely, but whether they've been here or on accommodation, have really been engaged, trying to figure out what's the best way to deliver this. Teachers, one of the additional benefits is that for the most part, with a very few exceptions, and in those exceptions we knew what they were, and those were family emergencies, teachers have been able to pivot to a teaching remotely from home when an unforeseen family or life circumstances popped up, precluding them from coming into the building. But instead of having to call in sick or take a personal day, they were able to handle their family issue and teach remotely. Thus, substitute class coverage has not really been an issue to date. There have been some people who've needed it, but not what we would typically see if we were here in a physical environment. Additionally, we also had a virtual open house that we did on Thursday evening that by all accounts went very well. Certainly all parties would have preferred to be able to see one another in a physical environment in a typical year. But in lieu of that, I was really pleased with the teachers and their ability to engage the parents in meaningful dialogue, via Blackboard Collaborate. The IT department did a great job getting that off the ground with us. As far as student engagement is concerned, if you take a look at that grid, with the exception of today, I just didn't have that data for you in time to get into this. But you'll see collectively, we've had 99% student attendance in our virtual environment. Our daily averages, you'll see beginning on the 21st at 98.7%, and then right up till yesterday at 99.7%. So that's held very steady and very consistent, and certainly very encouraging to see 99% of the students being able to access their learning and being able to participate and engage in that. We were able to deliver 100% of the materials in our material pickup that we ran 7 to 12 to all the students. A lot of the department heads did a lot of really good work over the summer, being able to get that into a digital platform for the kids or PDFs. Additionally, the support staff, the administrative assistants, the assistant principals were able to coordinate really efficient pickup of students and staff, and so we've been able to get everybody's materials that they needed to them, which is dramatically different than what we were encountering in the spring, obviously, when we went out and we had 1,100 kids in the high school, and probably we had 750 to 800 lockers that had materials in there, but obviously not knowing what we were dealing with as far as the pandemic is concerned, we didn't have the ability to get those materials to students or get students into the building or deliver it. Just because, again, we didn't know what no one knew what they were dealing with for the first time. So we were able to get that out. And additionally, we have plans in place in departments like the art department and the English department, some of the departments that would have higher turnover of material needs as they move through units or books. We have plans all set up to be able to address that as we move to the next units, to be able to get that out efficiently and effectively to all of the students. We began athletics on Monday the 21st, and that is certainly having a positive impact on the social emotional learning issues that we certainly hear and are sensitive to and understand. And so that's going well. Mr. Delanus, the athletic director, reports that the coaches and the student athletes are abiding by the protocols set forth by the MIAA and the Department of Education. The boys soccer team had its first game the other day. The cross-country team went off today, and so things are going as hopeful as we could expect at this point. And knock on wood, there haven't been any hiccups relative to any COVID tests that would shut down sports. So right now, we're really pleased with how that's gone. We've received a lot of positive feedback from students, parents, and staff relative to their learning in the remote environment. One of the things that we hear consistently is that the 8:30 start time, and those of you who were on the late school start time committee task force for a couple of years, we certainly know that all of the medical, even though we weren't able to accomplish that due to a variety of logistical issues, mainly around transportation and coordination with the Tri-Town Union Elementary Schools. But we do know that all of the medical science from those studies that we learned all indicate that the optimal start time is 8:30. And we hear that in droves from people that's been a real positive. Additionally, we hear fairly consistently, and I would be remiss if I said some people do not like the wind block or period 8. I've heard from those people. But consistently, we hear from the majority of the students and the majority of the advisors and the teachers that the wind block, the what I need block, and the period 8 block have been very successful in getting kids engaged with their advisors and with other classmates where they otherwise wouldn't have. And I'll take responsibility for this in that I probably did not communicate or articulate this efficiently or effectively to the community in advance of explaining the wind block or the period 8. But I think a key thing for everybody to understand is that while the wind block in the period 8, one of the key things in addition to getting kids connected with adults, and that's first and foremost, is it also protects the integrity of the periods 1 through 7 academic blocks. In a typical school year when kids are in the building, they would be being pulled into assemblies or pulled into guidance meetings pulled into meetings with their adjustment counselors or other people in order to get us off the ground and running. And that's something that families would not typically see. You just know that your child has 6 classes in a study hall or 5 classes in a study hall and an academic support period. You wouldn't see that they got pulled out in the month of September for 2 or 3 different assemblies, for the guidance programming, all that are very valuable. But one of the things that we as educators know, if you look at the course of the 180 plus days that we have to teach kids in class, if we count up the amount of days that are impacted by assemblies, field trips, in-school events, so on and so forth, sometimes teachers lament the fact that it's difficult to gain that traction. And so the win block in the period 8, in addition to, again, the benefits of the students and the clubs, also protects the academic integrity of periods 1 through 7. And that's critical. Again, I know Patty has spoken to this multiple times. Our IEP service compliance, that was one of the real positives that we saw that came out of the spring, and that has continued in our remote learning environment through the fall. That's why we worked diligently to keep that. And so that 7:35 to 8:15 time block has continued to be utilized for that. The participation rates of our staff members and our our PPS department in that has been great. And so, like I said, I think the important part to understand is that it took 7 months to get to this point where we are hitting our stride. And we are approximating, to the best of our abilities, the closest Masconomet academic educational experience that we can. And those 7 months were critical to get to this point. Okay? We've learned a lot. We've improved on a lot. We've listened. We've heard what where the community has has concerns. We value that input where students have concerns. But this has been an ongoing process. It wasn't like we could just flick a switch to get to this point. And as the principal of the high school, I can unequivocally say I'm proud of the efforts across the board that all staff members in the building have put in order to get to this point. And I'm very confident that in this environment, we can approximate an educational experience that is very similar to what one would come to expect of a Masconomet education. And I'm saying that from my 5th year now as principal, my 29 years here at Masconomet. I feel I have a pretty good idea of what a Masco education and what a Masco experience looks like. If you asked me on March 7th, how would that be in a virtual environment, I would have been with everybody going, not really sure. But there's been a lot of really good work, a lot of really good thought, and a lot of really good time put into this to get to this point to deliver that. And as the principal of the school, I view that as first and foremost, outside obviously of child safety, as our number 1 charge. So I say that as we get to the next steps, and we're on the cusp of you folks having an important evening. And I think as a school community, deciding on what steps to take next in regards to whether or not to pivot from a remote to a hybrid environment, I think it's important to ask ourselves the rhetorical questions, right? What is our goal? Is it what is the best environment for teaching and learning? Is it what provides the most consistency? Is it what is the safest environment? Is it to get kids back in the building? But what is our goal? The answer to that question, I would think, as a community will drive us as far as where we're going. And I think for me it's important, and again I think it's a rhetorical process that we all have to ask ourselves is, we have to reflect on the work that we've done prior to and during COVID, and how that shapes our decisions moving forward. So for those of you who were here when we began the process of developing Vision 2025, we've developed a vision statement as far as what we believe a Masconomet education is and should be. And then as we began the process, Dr. Harvey, with the Strategic Planning Committee, began the process last year of developing the Strategic Learning Plan, which is essentially the bridge to Vision 2025. Now, obviously, Vision 2025 was developed and formed pre-COVID, but I think if we dive into what it says, COVID is either going to be viewed as a catalyst or an anchor in order for us to get there. It may be an accelerant, something we didn't anticipate, none of us anticipated, but it's providing an opportunity. And almost a year ago to this day, really 11 months, but a year ago to this day, I presented to the staff, and then in November, I presented to you folks, imagining the unimagined spaces in our building. And that was a result of a course that Dr. Harvey had asked me to take, which was a great class re-examining what schools can look like as we move towards Vision 2025. And I think if we revisit that, you'll recall that what I shared with you was that I viewed our task as re-examining or reimagining the unimagined spaces in 3 places: intellectually, physically, and emotionally. And all of those are on the board tonight as we think about this. If we go back up to our goals and we ask ourselves the questions, what is the best environment for teaching and learning? What provides the most consistency? What is the safest environment? And is the goal to get kids back in the building? And those are asking us to imagine the unimagined spaces. Again, none of us a year ago would have thought that that included a virtual space, but today we know that it does. And I think ultimately that's where we're going to have to drive this, the process, and whatever decision obviously that you folks arrive at tonight, we will adjust and tact. But again, and I'll end on this, I think it's important to understand that the good things that we're seeing right now in the remote learning environment that are approximating a Masconomet educational experience for our kids, that we all would be able to look at and identify and say, yes, I see Masco there. That's a 7-month journey to this point and a lot of work between March 12th and October 7th in order to arrive at that process and at that point. So I appreciate your time and I appreciate you listening. Those are my notes for the night.
Thank you, Pete. And please thank all the teachers. Sometimes we kind of skip right over into the next thing we're working on, and it's such a lot to ask of them, and we know that, and we really appreciate it. Same with you too.
Carol,
Yeah.
Thank everybody.
Yep, thank you.
do we have time to ask questions, or
Yeah, we do.
So I have a question. You talked about the athletics being an important part and positive impact. There's one sport that hasn't had the opportunity to get back on the field, and that's football. Now, of course, cheering, but I'm just going to ask about football. There have been other communities that have allowed practicing to begin under certain conditions. What would be, or how could you see Masco allowing football to at least get back on the field to begin practicing at this point?
Well, I think right now that we've had a number of discussions relative to athletics and what season that we're going to be in, and there's been some movement back and forth appropriately so as far as we're provided more information. The state moved the football program and the cheering program to the fall 2 season. So there was no discussion or opportunity to make a decision as far as when those seasons would be playing. Okay. Right now in the NEC, 11 out of 12, and in the Cape Ann League, all but one school have decided, like Masco, to have the football season start in the fall 2, as opposed to practicing out of season, which the MIA has allowed for some of that to occur, but has decided to have it start up in the fall 2 season and have a full season from, I may have the first date wrong, and I apologize if I do, from February 22nd or the 24th to right up till the mid-April vacation. And so I think our position right now is that based upon all of the challenges that we have on the table and the fact that there is a designated season for the football and the cheering team and volleyball, which is fall 2, that it makes the most sense because there are a number of variables that go into that, such as stipends and allocations. And so I don't think it's as simple as making a unilateral decision to say, hey, let's have football start practicing or cheering start practicing or volleyball start practicing. It also opens up another issue that we would have to look at equity-wise. Those are fall 2 seasons where they have a designated season, but so too does the basketball and the hockey and wrestling and gymnastics has the winter and indoor track. So too does softball and baseball and girls and boys lacrosse and outdoor track. They would have the same opportunities to begin practicing this fall as any other team that's in a different season. And so I think we really would have to look long and hard. It's not about just opening up and making that available to football. It's about looking at it across the board equity-wise and say, are we in a position and are we prepared to open that up for 12 to 14 other sports to allow them to be practicing during this? And certainly we don't have the physical capabilities to do that on the fields right now. So for me, it's not a matter of football. It's a matter of equity across the board for all of our athletic programs.
Well, we could do it on a one-to-one basis. We don't have to open it up for everybody. We could put that out there and then choose and vote on which ones, if any, or all.
Well, there are Title IX issues there. I mean, I would not advocate, being dismissive of any sport simply because one sport was asking for it. I mean, we have to look at that across the board equity. And what we would do for one, I would expect that we would have to have the conversation about doing for all. The football program right now is not disadvantaged by not practicing this fall in preparation for the fall 2 season.
I think we learned, we learned from John Delanis that of the dozen or so Cal and NEC schools, only 2 are allowing football practices. So I think that this is fairly consistent out there as well. And Joe, I would like to move on and focus on our big decisions.
Okay. Talk about it.
Tasha, did you have a question?
Yeah.
That's not about football.
It's not just, I wanted to discuss the win period 8 thing, and I know that there's been a lot of positives about that, but it took me a while to understand, so this isn't a gripe or anything, but I just wanted to put it out because in different words so that everybody explains what's happening. And so I wanted to kind of explain how I've started to think about it, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong, which could be either way. But the way I'm seeing it is that our classes now are really condensed with learning, and they are not allowing for like the extra time that half the class might need or 3/4 of the class might need, or as much time for group work and all of that. And that's why we have these extra periods, is to use that. So the catch-up time, because obviously every learner is different, and some are going to go fast and some are going to go slow. So to me, that's kind of what those periods are being used for, in addition to assemblies, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, 100% correct. Okay, and as I said, I'm not being self-deprecating when I say this. It's on us to have articulated that more effectively. It's also like, I know, for instance, Ms. Schatzel and Mr. Nader, the high school assistant principals, and Phil and Gavin Monagle, the middle school assistant principal, they developed some of the period 8 programming, right? So we get that, and the same thing up in the high school is we've been in the process of we knew what we were going to be doing, but we hadn't got that messaging out. So that's part of it, is saying what's actually occurring. The period 8 occurs twice a week. The wind block occurs every day. But 100%, there's now actually, on the days, there are days when students have 4 opportunities to engage teachers for just the things that you're talking about. They need one-on-one attention. They need extra help. They'd like to get peer tutoring. They would like to have follow-up questions. They're working in a group. There are other days when there are 3 periods available for that. When I say periods, I'm including extra help, which is after school. But the wind block in the period 8, 100% is not only for just clubs and assemblies and meeting with advisors and their guidance counselors, which are all valuable, but 100% is for the students to be able to engage directly one-to-one with our staff in order to get the help, the academic help that they need, or to get partnered up with some other students that are working on projects with them. So it's
and along with that, those classes where they are with the teacher, do we say that they're kind of moving along at a good clip so that there isn't that one-on-one time built into it? Like, just if people are comparing apples to apples, and you have a 45-minute class or whatever it is, that I'm seeing it that 45-minute is more intense than possibly another 45 minutes, like back in the day before COVID, that out of a 45-minute class back then, it might have been 30 minutes of lessons or whatever, and then there was 15 minutes to continue to go over it. And so I kind of see that 15 minutes, now we're doing 45 minutes of all of that, and this is another opportunity to be doing the rest.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay.
I think, I think it's an important time. And I think what's important to keep in mind, like we talked about before in the professional movement, right? It's really, as we're going forward, our PD has really been focused on what we might call like a flipped environment, right? And so I can tell you, that the teachers have been very engaged with students throughout those time periods, walking around the halls and moving through their classrooms, and in those periods, you'll see, obviously it feels different. You walk around the hallway and people are in their classroom on their computer, or they're up at their whiteboard and they're live streaming into the classroom and there's no students. It looks different, obviously it looks different. But when I go in there and I sit in there when, you see a tremendous amount of engagement. So like you're saying, I think it's an accurate way to frame it, to say it's concentrated on the actual class period, and then it's more student-driven or directed during the period 8 and the win blocks. And I think certain classes are different, right? So the teachers are all figuring out, what that is. But I know I probably sound like I'm throwing hyperbole at them, but they've done a phenomenal job. And the one thing I do hear consistently, even from people who, and I completely understand this, the people who strongly want the kids back in the building, okay? And I understand that. But when I've had the conversations with them, what I also hear is that their kids are engaged. And I think it's important to really look at the data right now as well, and the statistics, that we have 99% student engagement on a daily basis, right? That's critical. And again, I'm going to be redundant, but I think it's important for us to then frame our questions as what is our goal? And is, of those 4 questions, which environment do you feel best accomplish those goals? Now, certainly it's not limited to the goals that I put forward. You may have others. But as I look at what those buckets are, what's the best way to deliver that, and what is your priority relative to what we're dealing with? We can certainly approximate a Masconomet educational experience through the remote learning. We can certainly augment what we're losing in the social emotional learning. And the reason I put the reimagining it is by reimagining what we think of. Right now, the big loss, I think, for people, and again, I genuinely understand this because it's a loss, right? At every point, we would like to hold on to a construct to say, okay, we're getting back to where we were. Okay, this is normal. Okay, this is what I know school feels like and looks like, right? And the fact of the matter is, other than what you've personally experienced, for parents, what you've personally experienced, 95% of it goes outside of the purview of your eyes. Now it's in your living room, right? So now you're seeing it. So I think the rhetorical question there, the fundamental question for parents to ask themselves is, what I'm seeing, is that a quality educational experience? And if the answer is yes, then I think as we reimagine the unimagined spaces, I think we can take a look and say, how can I make up for the places where there are gaps in social emotional learning? Some of that's happening in athletics. We're launching this Friday our club and activity fair virtually. So we will now be engaging students as of next week as they sign up for clubs and activities. We will be engaging them there. We could look at pods, bringing in pods of clubs and activities to come in. There's a lot of ways to look at this. To just look at it in the conventional sense, I don't know that that's what is being asked in this situation. So there's a lot. I understand the magnitude of the task and the challenge that's before you, but I felt as I was asked to present on the remote learning tonight, I thought I would be remiss if I did not ask or pose those questions for all of us as a school community to think about, and the reasons why we're here and what we're at and where we go from here in the 7 months that
Hey, while you're talking about remote, can you talk a little bit to what some parents may have heard during the open house as far as how much curriculum will be covered during the year?
Sure. So there was a couple of situations, and all well-intentioned, by some newer staff members explaining some of the challenges of covering. So let me back up. This year, as opposed to in the spring, we did not have to cover all of the frameworks, and we did not have to meet all of the time on learning standards that would be typical in a school year because of, obviously, all of the uncertainty. But this fall, the Department of Education has informed us and directed us, and I think all of us would say, appropriately so, that we have to meet all of the time on learning standards, and we have to follow all of the curriculum frameworks.
Right.
Now, certainly to do that, in any of the environments that are going to be posed to us, a remote or a hybrid, is going to be different than pre-COVID, right? So one of the things in open house, there was some conversations, some of the staff members were talking about in the new remote schedule, what they were trying to articulate was that there were some of their classes, it would be a flipped environment. I think it came across to people, and understandably so. I had a number of phone conversations with parents. Ms. Kennedy, the math department chair, sent out a nice email explaining it or clarifying it. Basically was saying that it may look different in a pre-COVID environment, but that our expectation is that we are going to cover the frameworks that we're required to, but the delivery of that is going to look different than it would have in a pre-K environment where we were here in school every day in a 6-day cycle. The messaging I think people heard in some instances was, we only have half the classes, we're only going to get to half of the material. And that is not the intention or how it's been designed. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no, I think it does. I'm wondering, like during a full 180-day school year, I have to believe that since we missed 10 days and we're doing a different thing, that we may not touch on every single thing that might have been touched on in a normal times. But my takeaway is that everything that's required will be touched on, and maybe what's missing may be some reinforcement of concepts that may be happening anyway, and some of that win and additional time. Yeah. I do think we have to acknowledge there are constraints. It's not going to be exactly everything that you would have learned. Is that not the case? Correct. I'm assuming it's everything you have to learn, but it may not be some of the, I'm going to call it fluff, that you would have learned otherwise.
Yeah, I guess that's what I mean by it's not going to look like it did in pre-COVID, but our expectations from the Department of Education is that we cover all of those things in the state frameworks. So whereas, for lack of a better description, in pre-COVID it may have looked like it was more A to Z, this may not look like a lineal progression. This may look like a little more amorphous. And certainly it will be a challenge, and you don't know what you don't know. So I know what the end point is that we have to get to in June. When I'm back here in front of you in June, I will certainly be candid and say, did we hit those marks? Right now in October, I know that that's our intention. And certainly there are challenges that we've identified, and there will certainly be unforeseen challenges that emerge. But so I think you're accurate in what you're saying 100%. I think we just have to reframe how we're looking at it. It's not a lineal A to Z. It's going to be a little bit different. And
Yeah,
so
I just want to acknowledge, we're trying to teach in a pandemic, so I just want everyone to understand that we have very qualified people doing a very good job making sure that we do everything we can, that we teach everything that we can. But I don't know. I mean,
yeah. And I can tell you, we won't bat 1,000, but we'll give it our best shot.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else have any questions for Pete? Pete, are you sticking around for our hybrid discussion?
Sure.
All right.
Probably going to be similar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Jeff is up next. Item H, a new revolving account for insurance claims.
So I'll link the committee to a letter I and it should be in your package and for the benefit of those listening. And I'm just going to read the letter and then field any questions. Move to the motion. So members of the school committee, as you know, the building experienced a significant lightning strike over the summer. The strike impacted many of our building systems, including electrical panels, building alarm systems, cameras, door access, exterior lighting, mechanical ventilation unit, communication boards, and the kitchen freezer, including the plants. While we restored many of these systems quickly with temporary solutions, unfortunately there was a fair amount of permanent damage that will need to be repaired or replaced. On September 1st, I submitted a claim to our insurance company for $170,700 to repair or replace the damage. I am hopeful that the claim will be resolved soon and that we will receive a check from the insurance company in early October. The purpose of this communication is simply to request that a new revolving account, which is the responsibility of the school committee, entitled District Insurance Proceeds, be established. This revolving account will be used exclusively to deposit the proceeds from any insurance claims and to capture related expenditures related thereto. So that's my request, and I've drafted a motion.
I will make a motion that the Masconomet Regional School Committee approves the creation of a new revolving account entitled to District Insurance Proceeds and will be used to deposit proceeds from insurance claims and capture related expenses. I love when people write it in.
I'll second.
Okay, we're gonna, Costa, discussion?
We've had other insurance claims in the past. How has those insurance proceeds and repairs been handled? Because it wasn't a revolving account.
No, unfortunately, I can't speak to that, Costa. It should have been handled through a revolving account. And the appropriate way to handle this is to ask the committee to establish a revolving account that's specific to insurance claims.
I would also just like to say, of course, we had a lightning strike that caused this kind of damage because it is 2020.
In the middle of a pandemic.
In the middle of
Yes.
it.
Okay, let's
So I
go.
can't speak to how they were handled in the past, but I can recommend to the committee that this is how it must be done.
That we don't already have this.
We do not have a,
I think, we set up project funds or project accounts or something. But I have no
there
issue
was
with
no
this.
evidence of
Okay,
anything.
Here, let's go.
all in favor, raise your hand. I'll do it that way. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
Thank you.
We had a rainbow over the school today, though, better than lightning, huh? Yeah. The sun.
So I will keep you all updated as things should go.
Thank you. All right, moving on to I, which is the superintendent's 2020-21 salary increase. In our last meeting, you guys will remember that we gave Mike an evaluation reflecting the great job that he's done in his first year at Masco and how he really showed his talents in dealing with the pandemic. Tonight, we're voting on an annual salary increase, which can be effective retroactive to July 1st, which is when we should have handled it. A 2.5% increase, which is what is in the budget, would look like this. So right now, Mike's base is $199,000. With a 2.5% increase, it goes to $203,975, which rounds basically to a $5,000 increase for him.
I would make a motion to do that. So moved.
I'll second it.
You didn't write it out for me.
Sorry.
Okay, let's vote.
Any discussion? Okay, it's an easy one. Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right,
Next.
unanimously. Thank you, everybody. And you said retroactive to July 1st, right? Wait, you did?
Whatever you said.
Okay.
Is a hand raise okay for
Sure
to
is.
be saying aye?
Well, I'm afraid I won't be able to hear you.
She's saying, gotcha, okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, back to Jeff for FY21 financial update.
Great, so I will point the committee and listeners to the PowerPoint deck that I should be included in the
It's in the packet.
packet.
Then I'll go on the screen if that thing's on. There it goes.
Slow.
Just eating up.
No.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Thank you. So I'll start by saying that the situation that we're in from a financial perspective is very fluid. And this is our best attempt to capture two things. The first thing is kind of our first attempt at a forecast of our operations from a pre-COVID perspective. And then looking forward and looking at some of the unforeseen expenditures that are a result of the pandemic. So I've taken that approach in preparing the materials tonight. So I'll start with the pre-COVID forecast. And Mike, if you can flip to the next slide. So looking at the forecast of our operating budget, I've identified a little less than $459,000 worth of savings as it relates to the budget that was approved by the committee and then appropriated by the three towns. So I'll quickly go through those things and then answer any questions you might have. So the first item, savings item, is a little over $132,000. And basically, what that relates to is an increase in funding in our Title I grant, which we then took and funded a number of salaries that had originally been contemplated in our operating budget. So we freed up $132,000 worth of money in our operating budget, which are now being covered in FY21 through the Title I grant. The next item is an end of career benefit that we originally budgeted that we don't need anymore because the person is retiring this year. So we'll budget for that item again in FY21. We'll talk about that in a few months. So that amount is $31,700. The next item is a salary reserve amount that during the process of developing the budget, we incorporated a certain amount of money into our operating budget, and through the process, we only needed a portion of those funds, which frees up $50,000 in savings. The next item relates to a number of unfilled paraprofessional positions that have been unfilled for the first 4 or 5 weeks of the year, and the value will never expend those funds. So the value of those unfilled positions is a little over $15,000. Shifting off of salaries, we got word from Maya, our insurance provider, that the Maya board decided to give all of their accounts or clients a health and dental premium holiday, which was roughly equal to 50% of the value of a monthly premium in September. So we share those savings with each enrollee. So our share of the savings was $120,000.
That was for September?
Yeah.
May I ask why?
COVID, yeah,
That's awesome.
People weren't going for healthcare.
yeah, especially
What did I get?
Elective procedures weren't happening.
So talk to your local insurance agent
Yeah.
about your own.
Yeah, so that's a big number for us. And our employees benefited pretty greatly as well.
Can they keep doing it?
I would love another one.
Nice.
But this is probably the only one we'll get this year.
Nice little bonus, okay.
Yeah, but we'll take it.
We'll take it.
Our janitorial contract, as you know, we budgeted a certain amount based on kind of our sense for the market, et cetera. And through the RFP process, as you know, what we ultimately contracted for versus what we budgeted for was $69,260 less. Similarly, with our bus or student transportation contract. We budgeted amount that was slightly greater than what we ultimately contracted for, so we have $2,704 in savings in that particular area. And then as it relates to our regular bus routes, I've negotiated a remote discount with our primary vendor, a remote discount of 22% each day that we're in remote. So when we look at the value of the contract on a daily basis and a 22% discount for 31 days, it's $37,600. So all in, my first take at our forecast pre-COVID shows that we've got roughly a savings of $459,000, and that's an important impact as we talk about unforeseen expenditures in the next part of the presentation.
Sorry, before you go on, that remote, the last thing you just discussed, that was for 31 days.
31 days.
So that
22.
could continue if we're in remote for longer or again?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, so that's an ongoing agreement that we have for FY21. So hypothetically, if we transition to hybrid at some point and then have to transition back to remote, we'll go back into the discount mode.
By day.
By day.
Awesome, thank you.
And John and his team at IRT really have been great to work with, so I'm just going to throw that out there. They really have.
Good to hear.
So the next slide, thank you, Mike, basically reflects on our quote-unquote P&L, reflects those savings. If you look at the board, right there, I've circled those savings, which show a forecasted favorable variance of budget of $458,952. So at that point, and before I get to the post-COVID impact, the unforeseen expenditures, Mike and I are going to talk a little bit about accommodations and related HR impacts. And then once we get through that part of the discussion, because it's important to the post-COVID portion of the presentation, we'll put some numbers around what we're proposing for the committee and how that translates into what we're forecasting on an all-in basis for the year.
So, going back, I think the first one came in on August 28th. We started receiving requests for accommodations from staff members, and you can see there a breakdown ultimately from August 28th until, I think this is as of the 5th. We've received 36 accommodation requests from teachers and 10 from paraprofessionals. We have not received any other accommodation requests from our administrators, our support staff, or MPFTs, or from the executive leadership team or any of the other staff members. So from an approach, when we started receiving these, the real question was, what is going to be the best educationally for our students? Where the options are, granting this accommodation request, or potentially having a teacher go out on a leave where we then have to hire a substitute for an undefined amount of time to cover the teaching of our students. And so, when these started coming in at the end of August, we made the decision that we were going to grant these accommodations, especially because we were in remote. We understood that, it really kind of was a win-win where we had, the best, most qualified staff working with our students through the remote period. And as we granted those requests, we've granted them through October 16th. With a question about whether they would go forward after that, if we were to make a change to hybrid on the next.
Mike, I think we need to emphasize that these accommodation requests were as a result of existing federal laws
Correct.
and laws passed in response to COVID.
Right.
They did not occur, in a vacuum.
Right.
It is within the legal environment that has been created because, in part of COVID, that gave employers a choice of trying to accommodate their employees or not having them at all, and they go out on leave.
Melissa?
Can you also explain which portions of these categories are ones that will last past December and then ones that will go away, possibly?
Okay. That's the next page.
Okay, sorry. I was looking at the,
So as we break those 46 down that I explained to you on the page before, so we looked at these really in kind of 4 broad categories. To Costa's point, 3 of those categories are actually covered in some way, shape, or form by federal law. So those self-medical would be covered under the Americans with Disabilities Act. The spouse or family medical could be covered under the Family Medical Leave Act, FMLA. And then child care is actually part of the coronavirus, FF, the Families First Coronavirus Recovery Act, which actually allows for up to 12 weeks of leave for an employee. It's at a reduced rate of pay, but it is actually there is a pay a component of that we would be required to cover as the employer. And the interesting thing is all that grant money that we got, well, not a lot of grant money, I would say, is actually designed to cover these costs. That's part of the reason why we were given that money.
$245.
There's $40,000 earlier on with the CARES Act, and then about $399,000 was the other, $399,000 was the other amount. The partial purpose of that money was actually to cover these leaves that we were potentially responsible for. So does that get your question? So self-medical, actually, go back to your question. Self-medical is something the Americans with Disabilities Act is not time specific. If you have a disabling condition, you will continue to have that disabling condition, and so that's something that really could go on for the duration of the pandemic or the state of emergency in Massachusetts. The same really goes for spouse or family medical. It's not really something that we're looking at for, this would be a condition that exists in someone in the household that would be at higher risk during the pandemic. The child care one, the FFCRA, actually right now ends on the last day of December. But again, as I said, it's 12 weeks, so if somebody were to take that starting now, that would actually probably take them right through to that date. And then there's the others that we've had, some people have requested age and things like that. There actually isn't really necessarily a federal law that covers any of those. So each of these categories have their own sort of specific, as I said, statutes that cover them. So we really have to take them individually by category as we look at them, and actually we look at all the circumstances around the staff member's request on a case-by-case basis.
They're all, you require information to back up their request. Like, you can't just say, I need childcare, and you assume that, and they're childless.
For each category,
For each individual person.
So for each category, we're allowed to ask for specific types of information by category.
So what are the questions for childcare? What type of questions you ask them?
So, names and ages of the children.
Yeah.
The place, the school or child care facility that is either now closed or unavailable for access. Basically the questions we can ask.
Those 2 questions.
And then childcare would be the one category that's really fluid amongst the other ones because that changes depending.
And we
on
don't
what-
know if anybody in the home environment is home and a parent, another parent, or whatever, who's working from home.
I don't believe that's something we can ask her.
You can't ask that question.
There's another
Because a lot of people working from home today. There could be a spouse or,
Yeah, the law is very, very specific with what we can ask, and we ask those specific questions.
But the theory is if a teacher is asking for an accommodation related to childcare, it's because they feel that they need it.
Correct.
Correct.
Not
Right.
that there's someone else that can help them, it's that they feel.
Yeah, so if a staff person asks us, we ask all those questions, and they need to respond to those questions, right? So,
That's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Melissa.
That's all right.
I was just gonna say, this is sort of just to confirm the point that this is a federal, as Costa, this is a federal law, so anyone who is employed by
As-
any employer of any size is also eligible to request it.
Any employer over
Yeah.
50 employees, I
Yeah.
believe, is required to.
Like, I'm eligible for that, for example.
under,
But you-
over 50,
a lot of people
under
won't take
500,
it.
I believe.
fear of the
I don't
loss of
need
the
to,
job.
but a lot of people do.
So as Mike mentioned, the first category, this self-medical, is really covered by FMLA and ADA. The second category is really covered by FMLA almost exclusively. And then the third is covered by different aspects of the Families
Coronavirus,
First
yeah, thank you.
response. So if we go to the next two slides, it's basically the same information but updated for some questions that we asked of those 46 staff. We asked them to let us know if they would be requesting an accommodation beyond October 16th, and we did that very recently. And these are the responses that we received. So from 46, it's down to 35, of which 29 are members of the Teachers Association and 6 are members of our professionals unit. Again, very fluid. Yeah, it seems to be changing almost on a
So
daily
could
basis.
that number go up, or have people said, I don't want it?
So as Mike mentioned, we received our first request on, I think it was August 28th. And then there was a trickle until just before our last meeting. And that week, leading up to the meeting on the September 16th, there was a flood of requests. And I think at that meeting, I think I mentioned to the committee that the total number was 33 at that time. And since the 16th of September, it's gone from 33 to 46.
But then as of October 16th, we could be down to 35.
Yeah, so then I thought it was important for this meeting and my ability to forecast what we might need. I asked those questions. So we went back out to all 46 people and we asked them a series of questions, including, and most importantly, do you plan to ask for an accommodation beyond the 16th if you hadn't already told us that? Or if they had, we just reconfirmed what they had already told us.
So I guess what I'm asking is are you still waiting to hear from some of those people, or have you heard from all of them and a number of them said, no, I'm not going to?
I've heard from everyone, and the number as of today is 35.
So it's dropped.
That could change.
Yes, yeah, I get it.
Or new people could ask.
Yep.
But 50% of it is childcare, if you look at the figure,
So
or the
if we go to the
50%.
next slide, of the 35, 7 are self-medical, 7 are spouse family medical, 20 are childcare, and 1 falls into another category.
Have we suggested any accommodations for them to get childcare? For the future?
I have not.
Melissa?
I think that it's important for us and our community to understand that regardless of the reason for the leave request and the accommodation, that if I trust that the administration made the best decision to give our children the best shot of having the best teachers teach remotely. So my understanding is this was categorized by category in order to see where it fits under the relevant law that requires the district as an employer to anticipate changes and things like that, and costs, etc. So I think that our conversation of childcare at this point, while I guess I just would like us to move on, because I think that it's going to cloud our discussion over the wrong issue. So I'm making that statement.
And whatever the reason is, the choice for the employer is grant a leave, or, not go to the accommodation route and then have to backfill that employee, or keep that employee with an accommodation that requires some other cost, but that other cost is less than the replacement of the employee going on leave. So, it is probably the more fiscally responsible and more educationally responsible method to try to do the accommodations, because especially with the Families First Act, you are trying to fill a hole until December 31st. And how do you find qualified people at any price to work for a 10 or 12 week period?
I'd like
I
just
do
to,
want to back up, because we did pass over at the bottom of this. We came to that number 35. It was 29 teachers, and we dug into that a little more deeply and really said, okay, how many of those would we really need to hire a monitor for? So, how many of those are student-facing all day long, five classes? Where we came out, we realized there was really 23 of those where we would need some kind of classroom proctor to backfill, as Costa said, for those positions, to allow those teachers to work. So that's sort of 23 is the number, when we're thinking about proctors, that I want to make sure we called out.
I just wanted to piggyback on Costa's point, and just to say that what we're hearing is people who are being requested to who are taking leaves rather than getting accommodations the way our administration is proposing. What we're hearing in several other districts is that while they're not accommodating, they are backfilling their teachers with teachers that haven't taught this subject or learned about this subject since college, is what I'm hearing. Like English teachers teaching history along and learning it along with their kids. So,
Natasha, I would say a third of English teachers teaching chemistry, a third of schools not offering biology at all, because they couldn't find a teacher for it.
yeah.
Those are the kinds of compromises that have been made elsewhere.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, how's everybody else doing it? There's a lot of behind the scenes moving things around. I've had conversations with colleagues, locally, who are staring this same issue down the barrel right now, and in the same position that we're in, trying to figure out what to do. So.
And so you guys chose what you felt was the best way to get the best education to our
Correct.
students.
That's
teachers
that's
who
job
know how to
number
teach
one. What's in
them.
the best interest of our students?
That was by accommodating, and when we need a proctor in the classroom, to fill it with a proctor, the team or shadow the teacher.
Right, and allow that teacher to actually still do what they do for our kids every day. To teach.
But wasn't the whole concept when we started with remote and hybrid was to eventually go back into the classroom, and then teachers were going to go along with that, and then they started putting the leaves in, which totally changed the situation.
I don't know that it has changed
when we voted.
situation. It's a
Back.
hurdle.
So it's a problem that we're gonna have to deal with.
Right.
And that we've recognized, you know, as I said, it started coming August. We didn't have anything until the end of August, so we had no idea.
Right.
And now
Well, we did.
this is where the number is on the fifth.
Speculate. I mean, it didn't.
It was out there, and, you know, again, that colleague that I was talking about, that I've spoken with, had this problem on August 1st, and still has it.
We definitely knew there was the potential for this
Possible.
being there. But what I think we were surprised by was the timing.
Right.
Maybe, that they didn't start coming in until August 28th, and then they didn't really gain steam, let's say, until September 10th, which really led us to kind of begin to have that conversation with you all.
Since you have had the opportunity to know more about who in particular is applying for these, is it safe to say that should we go back to hybrid, the majority of students are only going to be impacted in potentially one class as opposed to a student having multiple classes with multiple proctors at a time, or can you not really
Can't
get
say,
into that at
I
this
can't
point?
get, we haven't gotten into that level of.
Yeah, I have not gotten
You
it.
don't- okay.
My focus has really been on the requests and the individualized analysis as it fits into each one of those categories and relates to the law.
So, but just to look at it on a percentage basis, like 36
So
is
if you go back,
24%, so it's
go back
probably,
to-
yeah, so if it's 1 out of 5 teachers possibly, I'm just doing an average.
1 out of
Yeah.
4.
1 out of 4
Yeah,
teachers.
1 out of 4 teachers, 1 out of 4.
But are they in certain groups, like 1 out of 4, like in a math group or a science group, that you could co-teach? Nothing?
No, you know, we've kind of kicked that idea around of,
Okay.
you know, remote academy and things like that. And there's not a real even distribution of where these teachers are, you know, department-wise,
Right.
or building-wise.
Actually, when you, since you mentioned that, again, this is for public, sorry, we had our hand up, but I was gonna say, researching other districts, that's another thing that other districts have done to compromise, the compromise they have made is they have this remote academy, where they have their own students, not in school with their peers, not in class with their peers, they're being taught by another educational program in order to deal with this kind of stuff.
Or I've heard that they are
professional
with their peers, however, they can't take the same classes that they signed up for. So a friend of mine's kid had calculus and now he has to take statistics. Like that's kind of the big difference in your math trajectory, but they didn't have a teacher who could teach them remotely in calculus.
You know, I just look at it, I know just from thinking about what I recall, there was one department, and I don't want to get specific because we don't call people out, but there was one department where there's only one teacher who's actually requested a leave. And so, you know, if we were going to do anything, how could that person take all, you know, we have, throw this out there, part of the survey stuff that's come back in, about 200 students that have asked to stay remote. And you couldn't have one teacher cover all 200. And it's a subject that they all need to take, so.
Bonnie, did you have?
Just when we're ready, I was just going to ask a little more about what Mike mentioned with the remainder of those accommodation requests that don't require proctors. What happens with those, the special ed and the counselor?
Maybe you can talk to some of the special ed.
No, they're on there. Those are the 23.
So if we had a discussion in regards to specific individuals from the department, and so there was a number that didn't need to have some of the background. So if a teacher has 3 or 4 paraprofessionals that are in the program or in the classroom with them, then if that teacher works remotely, the paraprofessionals would be the proctors, basically, but even better than the proctors because they're
Already in place.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
That's how it got down to only needing.
That's how
Or
we
there
get,
might be a position that, it might be too
Yeah, we can't.
That isn't like a classroom teacher, where we need, if the classroom teacher is going to be remote and the proctor would be physically in the classroom. There's some positions that don't have that kind of a setup. So those positions where we don't need an adult in a classroom, let's say, or in their office or some other space that they work in, to supervise kids and help with technology and those kinds of situations. Those would have come off the list in terms of needing a proctor. Did that answer your question without being too specific?
Yeah, trying not to, just trying to give examples of not
Thank you.
tip off
We
with there.
can't,
We can't
obviously, we
identify
can't talk about
Right, it's all confidential.
personnel.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, talk about this one already.
So now, maybe I'll go to the second part of the financial part of the discussion, and then we can come back. So, if we think about my approach to the forecasts, first was to look at pre-COVID forecasts without the impacts of COVID. Now we're going to look at layering in the estimated impacts of COVID or from COVID, including unforeseen expenditures, anticipated changes in state aid, particularly Chapter 70, and then proposed usage of excess and deficiency funds. So our overarching mindset here was where our current recommendation is to quote unquote balance the FY21 budget through the use of EMA. So if we look at, so here, a list of 6 unforeseen expenditure areas, which are increases to our budget or forecasted increases, offsetting those savings that they talked about earlier. So the first category is an increase in our salaries associated with the 23 new classroom proctors that we just talked about. And basically what you have in there, so it's 23 proctors for 149 days, an average salary of $121 a day, plus the value, the prorated value of benefits package. Because these positions would be considered full-time and they would be benefits eligible. And for full disclosure purposes, what I factored into this figure is I've assumed that every person, all 23, would take a family plan, both for health and dental. So it presents worst case, and that worst case from a financial perspective. I tend to be conservative when it comes to those kinds of things, so I thought it was important to take that perspective. We could, in fact, hire 23 proctors, and none of them could take, health or dental insurance, which would save, 16,000 times 23. So it would be a significant.
And that's for the 149 days would be like the rest of the year.
Correct.
We were all in hybrid.
Yeah, everything's prorated, right? From that perspective.
Would you pay for those proctors if we return to remote at any section? Like, are they allowed some kind of a benefit there?
Yeah, they would be employees of the district, and my recommendation would be to keep them on as employees through the fiscal year, so that they would be there when I know Bill hates this word, pivoted back to hybrid or in person or whatever. I know, I did that for you. So $802,378. The next staff salary category is 15 new hallway CAF monitors. So we felt that it was important, given the new approach to transitions and bathroom usage and making sure people go up and down the right stairwells and having 272 kids in the field house for lunch. We felt that it was important to increase the number of monitors that we have. So these positions, unlike the proctor positions, these are part-time positions, not benefits eligible. And we're doing that intentionally to try to save some costs. So you get 15 part-time monitors for 149 days at $53 a day, which is $7,897 per monitor, which totals $118,455.
What would the cafe monitors, cafeteria monitors be doing? Like the cafeteria monitors, I'm sorry to ask so many questions, but.
They do that, yeah.
Yeah, what do they do? Are they the ones cleaning desks in between?
So they'll serve a number of different functions at the direction of the assistant principals who typically kind of supervise lunches. So they'll make sure the kids follow the right process to get their lunch, to sit in the right seats, and dismissal, cleanup, all those things. Yep. Janitorial. So we have one day porter. This proposes adding 2 additional day porters to the equation. So those 2 day porters so there'd be 3 day porters. Their primary responsibility would be lunch service, which runs, there's 5 lunch services that run for the majority of the day. And their function during lunch service would be cleanup and sanitation of desks and all those kinds of things, along with the monitors that we just talked about and a number of the food service staff that also perform those same functions. So it would be kind of a small army of people that would be kind of supervising and cleaning up during lunch period.
Just to clarify on that, so the day porter position is something that we contract with through our cleaning company. We don't employ custodians here in the building during the day. And so right now we have one day porter who is in charge of walking the building all day and making sure, things are clean and the hallways are picked up and those kinds of pieces. And so our proposal is to add 2 more of those positions here, which is part of their adds-on in the contract for our cleaning services.
So outside the lunch periods, those day porters would serve a really important function in terms of, making sure the hand sanitizer stations are filled, making sure paper towels, dispensers are filled. There's hundreds and hundreds of them around the school, making sure the soap dispensers and all the laboratories are filled, along with the paper towel dispensers, fulfilling work order requests from our teachers for hand sanitizer and nitro gloves and all those kinds of things. So they'll play an important part of what we do. As Mike mentioned, it's part of our contract. So the contract rate is $220 a day. So 149 days and $220 per day per quarter. So it's $32,780 per quarter times 2.
Jeff, can I just ask you, just because I know that Oxford, they have a totally different situation, but they're looking for custodians and they can't find them. Have you talked to our contractor, will they be able to provide bodies?
Yes.
Carolyn, we can't hear you.
Sorry.
I
had asked Jeff about the porters specifically because in Boxford, they do things differently. I think they employ the custodians, but they're having trouble finding custodians. So I asked Jeff if he had talked to our contractor about whether they actually have people that they can provide. And he said,
yes.
I was also just going to ask, since they're employed by the contracting service.
Right.
But when they're
Complete Cleaning
here,
Company is our vendor that we're contracted with the next 5 years.
okay. So when they're here during the day, I'm assuming it's consistently expected, unless barring any issues, that it's the same people and it's not whoever they can send that day.
Yes.
And that there's somehow who sort of supervises? Would it be the facilities director?
So the foreman supervises their responsibilities, roles and responsibilities. The owner is very hands-on, impressively hands-on. And then Doug Batchelder, who's our director of facilities and grounds, he's the he's our point person, and the connection point between the company, the owner, the foreman, and the day porters.
Eric is my normal day porter.
Yeah, perfect.
Did anyone else have a hand up? Melissa?
I know we've advertised for proctors. Have we advertised for Hall and calf monitors? I don't know if I.
Yes, in preparation for this discussion, I didn't want to post those positions too early because I didn't want applications to get too stale. So we intentionally didn't post until September 15th.
Okay.
And as of last night, we have 25 applicants for the proctors, and we have 6 applicants for the monitor positions. So that's a bit of a concern for me.
Yeah.
Is the monitors.
And so will our decision tonight trigger you responding to the, like if we decide to go to hybrid, is that when you would start actively?
Yes, so this is a critical decision point for us because, so hypothetically, if you decide to go to hybrid and you decide that our proposal around proctors is the way to go, we will act first thing tomorrow morning on calling and interviewing hybrid.
But we're not going to know how that goes.
We will not know that.
Can't control it. Okay, anyone else?
I have one more. You just mentioned a number of applicants. If they're, especially with the cafe hall monitors where it's a little bit more just hourly day, would you consider volunteers from the community?
I think we would consider anything.
Good answer.
As long as they get appropriate query and fingerprint check.
Fingerprints and, I mean, those positions, those part-time positions, I guess, by definition are challenging. And it's $14 an hour for 3.75 hours a day, no benefits.
That's it, no benefit.
I mean, one way, to fill them is through the senior and veteran work-off programs. That, I'm sure Topsfield and Boxford have them, and they're, this is almost ideal for that type of person.
Well, especially if it wasn't COVID.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
But you're right, Topsfield, I know for sure, has definitely utilized that program to staff there very much. They also have parents who.
We already put it out to the senior community. There wasn't a lot of show and tell.
Yeah, I mean, given the circumstances, I mean, those folks are typically higher risk. So continuing with the presentation, so here are a couple of placeholders to stick with the theme of cleaning. So I've incorporated 5 emergency COVID cleanings by our vendor into the forecast. We've worked on a pretty detailed specifications around what emergency cleaning consists of, and the quote that I've received is $3,500 per emergency clean for the entire campus. Let's see, daily bus disinfecting by NRT. So that's a requirement of the DESE guidelines, as you know, and we've been quoted a number of different options, but the option that we're most likely to go with would be $5.50 per bus per day for 149 days. So that totals $22,946. And then the last item is really a placeholder for estimated additional expenditures for PPE, safety, and cleaning supplies, above and beyond what we already have in our budget, and above and beyond what we've already expended through the coronavirus relief school reopening grant, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So my estimate there, again, it's pretty fluid, but my estimate there is $150,000. So the total forecasted increases, assuming all of those factors, is an additional $1,176,831. Sorry, I didn't say that right, but $1,176,000. So if we flip to the next chart, I'll cover a couple of other little pieces. So the tentative agreement that our state government reached in late July was a Chapter 70 amount of $5.2 million, which is roughly $53,000 less than what we had budgeted. We had, if you recall, what we had budgeted was basically the number that we had been provided on the cherry sheet, the FY21 cherry sheet. So the tentative agreement is $53,000 less than what we had budgeted for our approved budget. The net, now I'm going to go to the bottom of the chart here, the bottom circle in red. The net impact of savings less unforeseen expenditures of the 1.1 million that we talked about is a unfavorable variance of our total expenses of $717,000. And then if you go back to the overriding kind of principle of that I talked about at the beginning, which is to using E&D to balance the budget, we would need to use $771,000 of E&D to offset the shortfall in revenue and the forecasted overage and total expenditures. So by doing that, we would balance the budget to zero.
By using $771,000 of our.
Correct. So maybe if we go to the E&D sheet real quick, and then I'll next one, and then we can field questions. So we've accelerated our E&D submission package to the Department of Revenue this year. As I mentioned in my update to you guys, it was important for us to, because of this, because of the impacts of COVID, it was really important for us to have access to E&D as soon as we needed it. And the only way we could get access to E&D is to have the Department of Revenue certify it as quickly as possible. And I couldn't believe my eyes, but they certified our E&D within weeks. And on September 29th, they certified our E&D at $2.1 million. Now there's a catch. So Chapter 70, Section 16 basically says if you're over 5% of your operating capital budget, you have to give that money back to the towns in the current year. So it's not a bad thing. So E&D is certified at 2.1 million. We have to give back this year in FY21 a little over $302,000. Okay, that leaves 1.8 million in our E&D, of which we're proposing through the details that I just took you through, using $771,000 in E&D to offset that small shortfall in revenue and that net increase in unforeseen expenditures. That would leave us with a balance in E&D of $1,036,000, which is roughly a little less than 3% of our current operating capital budget. It's a lot to take in.
I have a quite stupid question, but no questions are you supposed to say?
No questions, especially now.
If we have 2.1 in there, and let's just say we subtracted the 771 from the 2.1 million, and that number equals less than 5% of our operating budget. You can't do that?
It's as of July 30th.
That's
It's not a stupid question, but it's a funny one.
As of June 30th, I'm
No, I like the way you think.
sorry. Sorry, Tasha, it's as of June 30th.
Okay.
I was thinking outside the box.
That if the towns might prefer us to keep it and not give it to us again.
We can't keep it.
Okay.
You have to give it back.
No, the DOR was very, very explicit in their instructions, so we can give it back in one of two ways. There's a simple way to give it back, and there's a really complicated way. The simple way is we just simply take our apportionment percentages by member town, and we split up the money that way, and we stroke them a check. The complicated way is we go through a recertification process of our budget, which I don't want to do.
You
So
kidding?
the approach that we're going to take is to give it back the easy way. At some point here in the next month or two, when we have time to breathe.
And did we do that last year? Did we do something?
No, what we did last year is in the budget process.
Yeah.
Basically, this committee's policy said that, let's maintain 4%.
Okay.
So what we did was we looked at it and we had $199,000 above the 4% mark at that point, and we gave that back in the succeeding year's budget.
Through the budget process.
Through the budget process.
Okay. And,
This
but
is a
now
little
we're
bit-
back up to, the 4% compares to this 5%, right? It's similar.
So since then, the committee's revised your policy to be 3%, not 4%. We did that last April or May.
For flexibility.
Flexibility, correct.
But this isn't our policy,
This is-
this is the.
law.
Anything over 5% is state law.
So we have to give the 302 back.
Now, we could give more back, go down to our policy limit.
What is our,
Be
so
under.
what, our remaining one balance,
1
million, what percentage is that?
It's just shy of 3%.
So we're, as far as, even historically, that's on the lower end.
It's on the low, it's on the definitely the lower end. I can't imagine there was a time when
Yeah,
we had a situation like this where you had a revenue shortfall or an unforeseen expenditure pool
Pandemic.
like this.
yeah. Well, and I think I've always felt that E&D and things like this, this is what the
This is
are
what it's
for.
Right.
So
That's why we
This is why you have it.
This is
So-
why I have.
So if this were to happen in a town, so I'm from Tewksbury, so if they had this kind of shortfall in a town, not a regional, but in a town where the town's school department doesn't have an E&D fund, they would have to go back and probably have a special town meeting.
Yes,
We
the
don't have to.
taxpayers.
Because we're regional and the law allows us to do this.
Any questions on,
So there's a lot to take in, I get it, and again, it's really fluid. But this is our best estimate of where we think we are.
And so that says that we can cover through E&D the added expenditures to deal with this.
And that shortfall in revenue.
And the shortfall.
If you could go back to
the
that
50?
guy,
The 53, chapter 70.
right?
And that shortfall in revenue could be greater because the state hasn't even begun its budget process. They're doing a revenue conference, I believe today, to figure out an agreement on what they think the revenues will be to work on their budget. The budget isn't going to get passed till end of November. And depending on what happens, the promise that was kind of made early on may or may not be kept. So, it's always, until the budget is passed, you never really know.
And they were waiting for federal aid too, weren't they?
You're open.
They were hoping.
Yeah, so, there's lots of,
Variables.
So federal aid is a good segue to your next slide.
Yeah, it was just to piggyback on what Bobby just said. So there's risk in the chapter 70 number, there's risk in this transportation reimbursement number, and there's risk in the circuit breaker reimbursement rate and that amount of our claim, which we haven't heard anything about, and therefore I haven't reflected it here.
and also, I think, in the savings, under estimated, there's one item that's not included in the savings list. And, that's the SRO payments, since I assume they haven't been here since remote.
Correct.
And I don't even know if all the towns have approved the SRO agreement and to be able to pay that $44,000 that was in the budget.
Well, if the town of Boxford is listening, I've asked 3 times, and so it would be great if they could let us confirm that they have.
I'll circle back with my town too. I haven't gotten. I also felt that was between the 3 town administrators, I did not feel it was really on my responsibility to do that, but I was willing to just kind of.
No, it is on them, but still, like.
Right, so I'm gonna ask again. But I'm just saying, I haven't been hounding anyone because I didn't.
It's not your responsibility.
So, I mean, if it's not approved by all 3 towns, then there's 44,000 of savings. If it's approved by 3 towns, it's some smaller savings because they'll be here less days.
Can I also ask, just talking about savings, sorry, about the buses that we have for after school, we would still be planning to run those in a hybrid?
They'll start concurrently with the transition hour.
We made that decision a long time ago, yeah.
So if we go to the next slide, with a real quick, because I promised you guys I would do it anyway, like my hands around all the grants. So a real quick update on 3 grants. So the largest of the grants is the CBRF School Reopening Grant update, or grant. And so background, grant was submitted on August 28th. The grant amount it was not a competitive grant, so we basically just had to submit the grant application, the budget, and all those things, and you can get access to it. So the grant amount was $225 per student, which was $399,150. We received approval on the grant on September 25th. Eligible expenses from March 1st, 2020 through December 30th, 2020 are applicable. And we've expended the full amount of the grant as of September 30th. And then I've kind of categorized those expenditures into 5 major categories. And if you've walked by our large calf, you can see that it resembles Home Depot. So most of our money has been spent there. But anyway, so we spent $6,200 on, I'll call them stipends, and they're really related to bringing in expertise that didn't work during the summer to participate in Mike's Planning Summit. The second category was instructional technology and software, $132,500. And the majority of the money there was spent on enabling the live streaming that we've talked a lot about. So the iPads, some infrastructure that we needed to make that happen, etc. We rented a massive tent. That was $45,000. We conducted an indoor air quality study. That was a little over $45,000, and then we've spent a little over $170,000 on PPE, safety and cleaning supplies. That's a school reopening grant. The next grant we began talking about back in April, May timeframe, and that's the elementary and secondary school emergency relief grant. That grant was submitted on August 12th. The grant amount was $32,079. The grant was approved on August 14th. FY21 period of availability is July 1st, 2020 through June 30, 2021. We can request, if needed, that the period of availability be extended into FY22 if we need it. We don't believe we will need it. The district has encumbered the full salary of $17,745 in FY21 as it relates to the new high school nurse position, and we talked about that at length in April and May. And then we've spent approximately 70% of the remaining balance of $14,334, which was earmarked for materials and supplies as it relates to the student services area of the district overseen by Patty and her team. So that money's specifically been set aside for supplies and materials for her various departments. We expect that we'll again fully expend those funds in FY20. So the last grant that I'll report on is the Remote Learning Technology Essentials Grant, and I mentioned this to you, I think, back in early August when we were talking about the reopening plan. So this was a competitive grant that Vinny and I prepared and submitted on July 21st. We kind of shot for the stars. We requested $77,700 for 370 student Chromebooks. They were kind enough to grant approval, but only for 25% of what we asked for, which was $19,425, which allowed us to purchase 84 student Chromebooks. And we purchased those Chromebooks on August 10th. And we're still waiting. And we will be waiting.
They're on a slow boat.
So those funds have been fully expended. So that's kind of an update on forecasts, E&D, and our 3 grants.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I think this was much needed and it's very helpful to know where we stand. Really appreciate it. Any further questions for Jeff? All right, so we're going to move on to the main event. Yeah. I wasn't about to take it away. Can I say a couple things?
Sure.
Okay. So we're moving on to talking about the hybrid plan, and just to kind of summarize how we got to where we're at real quick. Back in mid-August, the school committee approved the reopening plan. When we did that, we were very clear about 2 things. We clearly stated that we wanted to get the students back into the school. We all recognize the importance of in-person teaching and learning for students' overall health. And the second thing is we made it clear that we wanted to do it right, and recognizing that to do it right, more time was needed. So we supported the administration's recommendation to start with remote and then reconsider hybrid at this meeting, which is why we're at where we're at. One of the benefits of doing it that way is it gave time for the staff to get used to teaching remotely, to use some of the new instructional technology that Jeff mentioned, before they had to kind of layer on hybrid into the mix. So I'm kind of happy that we did do it in this order. So the question for us is tonight, do we feel Masco is ready to switch to hybrid, and is it safe enough to do so? So Mike is going to give us some information, and then we will.
All right. So yeah, just as part of the materials for tonight, I sort of put together this, trying to figure out, okay, what are the criteria that we should be thinking about as we're making this decision? So that's where this matrix document kind of came from, and pretty simple, thinking about things, as that, the green, yellow, or red. Where are we in terms of being ready for some of these things? And I will say this is as of last week. Or earlier this week, so things have changed on this, and things are fluid, constantly. So, there's some things I'll even look as I go through the deck and kind of say, I originally said that's yellow, but it's probably green now. But we'll get to that as we go through. So we looked at these in sort of these bigger categories of health and safety, program readiness, staffing, labor agreements, and then finances. So we're going to start out looking a little bit at the health and safety. We're going to look at some of those local metrics in a minute. So we talked about what are the local metrics, what are the things going on in our 3 towns. Then we talked about what's going on in the state, what's happening in Massachusetts. We had a full air quality study done in the building, and that really came back with good results. And then the last piece is looking at, what are our capabilities around contact tracing, around, when there is a positive case, what is our ability as a community really to kind of respond and do all those things that we need to do. So, we look at the local metrics, and this is kind of busy as the slide, but, with Boxford's case count, I started tracking this on August 12th when we started, right after right before we met the first time, on the 14th to make this decision. To give you some ideas here, Boxford on August 12th had 50 cases, and as of September 30th, which is last Wednesday, this report actually comes out on Wednesday evening at about 6 o'clock, so there's a new one tonight for the most recent. But really, Boxford went up 7 cases over that time period. Always had fewer than 5 case counts in a 14-day period. Their average daily rate was, always relatively low. You can see higher and no change, but we're really kind of talking about some very small numbers to begin with. And then when you look at the total tests, again, really small numbers. 1.43% was the highest out of all in that whole time period. So again, really small cases. Looking at Middleton, we had some periods here where Middleton was in the yellow. Last week, Middleton actually went into the red.
Yeah, but that's because of the
We've
jail.
heard about, hold on. We've heard about this. It's all because of the jail, so we get that. Derek's been really good about keeping us informed. Derek from that Public Health Department in Middleton about really what's going on and what's behind these numbers. I believe Derek had told us, with that 18 number, I think there was 1 active case that was outside of the jail. So again, still looking at pretty small numbers here, even when you start teasing that out. But we have to keep that in mind every time we get that report from the state that the prison is skewing anything that we see here from Middleton. And in Topsfield, they had a couple of weeks in the yellow back in August, but again, really kind of staying low. Less than 5 cases over 14 days for the majority of the time. A couple of zeros in there, which is always good to see. When you look at that test rate again, a 0.23% positivity rate, that's, again, very low. And, you start looking at that change in positivity, but, when you see it higher because it went from 0 to 0.27%, I mean, it's really not numbers that we would be alarmed about in the local community here, I would say, overall in 3 towns. So that's why I did give that one a plus or a green, we're looking pretty good there. Massachusetts, not quite as good. Let's see if this works. I had to pull these up this morning. You're killing me. Won't work. TJ, what are you doing to me? Anyway, so when we looked at the state trends, and you actually click through the links and get them to work, what we see is, yes, we are down off the peak, from March, April, and May. However, the second is actually, the second of these 2 tables is actually a graph from the low point in March, and what it's showing is, an upward trending line, and that's something that, we've been hearing about lately that's concerning to us. That the numbers are not really going in the right direction as a state. Even looking back at that the statewide report for last week, exclusive of Middleton, there were many communities in our immediate area that have gone into the red.
On July 13th, the 7-day rolling average of new cases in Massachusetts was 160. As of yesterday, 588. So,
right.
And some of that is attributable to colleges and coming back, And some of it is attributable, I think, to trying to reopen the economy, and as you do that, it's only natural that you would have some more cases.
Yeah, and this is another slide that came off of the DPH website from Monday. And again, the trends are going up. They're not large increases, but they're going in the direction that we'd like to see. You can see there, 7-day weighted average of positive tests. The low observed value was 0.8%. And we're sitting at about 1.1% in this most recent report. So small number, but it's a 43% increase from the lowest observed number. Again, the 3-day number of COVID-19 patients in the hospital, 3-day average, is up about 46% from the lowest value. Numbers of hospitals using surge capacity is sitting at 3, which is again not a huge number. And the 3-day average of deaths is up about 54%. We're the lowest average, we're over 9, which was the lowest average. So, again, not really, again, when we're talking about these smaller numbers, way smaller than what we were talking about during the surge, but trending, in the wrong direction as far as, I think we'd all like to see. So we had that one as a yellow. We did our air quality study, and this is the concluding paragraph, that we're looking didn't identify any significant elevations of airborne fungal spores, airborne fungi, or culturable bacteria. Jeff likes this. They're culturable fungi. In addition, all of our COVID-19 air samples were negative for the presence of the virus. The HVAC laboratory results of the air handling units and the vertical unit ventilators, I had to go look those up, did not identify any significant elevations of fungi or bacteria. Again, the COVID-19 swab samples were negative for the presence of the virus. Visual inspections of our air handling units and our vertical air ventilators indicated that the units were fully operational, filters were clean and recently replaced. Units were clean and in very good condition, and the buildings are subject to good airflow and exchanges. So therefore, in a professional opinion, the air quality of the buildings at the time of the study is safe, and we see no reason why staff and students should not occupy the buildings at this time. So again, a green plus there. We think that was a positive thing. Well worth the investment for the peace of mind, knowing that our air systems are functioning the way they should be. And finally, on the local contact tracing piece, I think what we've seen, in our work with the Departments of Public Health locally, first off, it's dealing with the 3 heads of the 3 towns, so there's always a question of jurisdiction and things like that. And then just thinking about, these are relatively small towns. They don't necessarily have, a full-time, public health staff that you would expect in the city of Boston or another larger community. One of the things that is going in the right direction on this, though, is actually the towns are actually exploring the creation of a position of a pandemic response nurse, and that position would specifically coordinate with the town boards of health and the 2 school districts that exist within the 3 towns. They're looking at using some of their grant money to fund that. At least through the end of December, and then they're talking about how to get sources of funding for that past the new year. The other piece that actually I didn't mention on this is we've created sort of these response teams that consist of Scott Morrison, the heads of the Departments of Public Health, myself, public health nurses, some of the school nurses, so that when there is something that happens, and I know there was something in Middleton yesterday that people don't know about, but at 8:30 last night, I was on a conference call with all of those people saying, okay, what's going on? What's the response? Who needs to be contacted? What should the communications be? And so we're really working on that contact tracing piece, because I think it was something that, especially going back to the spring, that was, not as strong as it probably could have been, and so it's getting better. So that's why I kind of marked it as not quite a plus yet, but it's still that, we're moving in the right direction on this, and I think we're paying the right attention to it and working on it.
So is there a procedure in the school, though, that you've developed, though, for
Absolutely.
contact tracing?
Yes.
It's just how to get it out in the community and contact trace. It's just how to go out in the community and
Yeah,
contact
so
trace.
it's, none of us have ever really kind of done this before, and so
Right.
we're making sure, getting, as I said last night, I got a text from Scott Morrison saying, I'm activating the team, be ready to be on a Zoom meeting at 8:05. Let's just talk about what's happened to this point, what needs to get done. I first off asked, is there an older kid in the schools that we need to know about, and so, those kinds of questions, and then, talking about the communication strategy and everything else to make sure that we're all actually just touching base and making sure it's going right. But yes, we also have a full, protocol from the Department of Education that guides what we do. But then we have to loop in our local boards of health.
Well, a lot of it starts with the local boards of health, because
Yeah.
they're the ones who find it, like, we don't
Exactly.
necessarily need, we should hear from it from our families,
Right.
but in case we don't, they're the ones who tell us that
Okay.
somebody's tested positive.
Correct.
But don't you think they have a good grip of what's going on, the Board of Health directors?
Yeah, I
in
do.
these communities?
I do.
Just to clarify, that discussion you had with Scott, the activation of that team, that was in response to a specific case or cases?
Yeah, there was a positive case in one of the schools in Middleton, yes.
Okay.
So we just, so we had talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and, we needed it. So we activated it last night for the first time. Great.
You go ahead. So that COVID response team or pandemic response team, now that you've used it once, from Middleton, I'm understanding it to mean this team comes together if there's a student in any of the 8 schools, like the 6 elementary schools plus our middle and high school.
Right.
This response team would immediately be
Yeah.
involved. And it includes superintendents, public health officials from 3 towns,
That's what it is.
nurses from the school that was affected, or?
Right. The affected school in this case. And then the administrators from the school that was involved. So the building principal was there.
So you guys are really on top of it?
Trying.
Yeah.
So we're all new at this, so we're
Yeah, but you're
trying to make sure
trying.
how do we do this and not miss anything.
And then our district protocol goes deeper
Right.
in terms of, whose responsibilities and communications and those kinds of things within NASCO.
Bonnie? Chris, go ahead, Kristen.
Is yours about specifically contact tracing?
Well, yeah, my question was about the communication. So you guys decided in that case to notify everybody at the school about the case, or what happened?
Yeah, so that was part of the discussion last night. One of the things that I guess Derek had said that, Derek, Public Health, what's his last name? Fuller. I want to call him Sanderson. Fuller.
Hockey player.
You're right.
Hockey player.
That's what it was. So, one of the things that Derek had said that the DPH was not advising a widespread notification for if there was a positive case. And it was one of the things that we, when Derek asked me, so what did we do over the summer with graduation? And I said, you know what, to cut the rumors out and stop the speculation and get, just put it to bed real quick. Send out a message that says, we've contacted all of the close contacts directly. So if you haven't heard anything by now, consider yourself safe. That you weren't a close contact and we're not going to get in touch with you. And that hopefully shut things down because otherwise it's like, well, that kid next to me had the sniffles yesterday. Maybe it was him. Just kind of
I think that's a good idea.
calm it down. So that will be our practice going forward. It's part of our protocol already that says, I'm going to make a widespread communication. But, it's after we've notified the close contacts that we need to get noticed, get them to where they need to be in terms of quarantine or those kinds of things.
Thank you.
So my question is just on the general sort of metrics for the state and locals and schools. And I know we don't have this data, but the DESE is starting to collect data, and unfortunately the report is going to be released tomorrow rather than today in terms of districts. There's been a handful of districts that have reported cases, and it's not clear what models they're all in. Have you anecdotally heard from any others in similar positions in other districts, whether they have seen a second week of increase, or do you just not have any students?
I've heard of a few isolated examples, but I couldn't generalize and make any kind of conclusions out of them.
I wouldn't expect you to make any conclusions. I would have loved to have had that information today. I think it would have been useful.
Yeah, it's nothing I could say, yeah, they're trending up or not. But
Okay.
as I said, Middleton had one that we know about yesterday. I heard about one from Pentucket, last week, but nothing that I could say, well, yeah, they're seeing an increase in cases.
Wasn't there, somebody had sent around a report that's.
That was me. I sent a report that came out last week. It showed
Yeah.
like a few cases in Peabody, I think one in Triton. A couple other communities had one case, and they're releasing that data every single week, so you can go back and look at it. So.
But overall, it didn't look like any.
It wasn't significant
No, and the
numbers.
state hasn't, released their mobile testing unit yet.
Correct.
Because
Right.
no single district had been above.
Right, if you have a
their
cluster,
threshold.
there's a mobile testing unit that you can call in from the state that'll come right to your school and start testing people, but nobody's using it
Yeah,
yet.
it seems like the highest and higher, or bigger total like
Okay, so the next category we're looking at was program readiness. In those three pieces of that were staff protocols, student protocols, and then the resources and materials that we need. So our staff protocols were done before the staff re-entered the building on September 22nd. And so those are all done, they're in place, they've been distributed. We've had trainings on them. Student protocols, actually on the chart I gave you, I have a minus, but actually I moved it to a plus because hot off the presses, here they are.
So many pages.
63. It made the font smaller, so that's what happens when you use the templates. It really goes through, kind of run through the contents of all the things that we're looking at. Lists of symptoms that parents should be using to look, to check their kids before they send them to school. We have a process of how cases get reported. We have a key action sheet on what happens with individual events. We have sections on building health and safety, a section on face coverings, a section on what to do, how we're going to handle illness and what the isolation protocols are. We have cleaning, disinfecting protocols. We have hand washing, transportation, guidelines on how to sit in the bus and where those seats are. We kind of did that as part of our tour. We have athletics guidelines. We have student restroom use, student lunches, protocols for health services and how the health offices are going to work, and that includes our isolation rooms. We have protocols on vehicle and pedestrian flow. What is drop-off going to look like? What is student travel through the building going to look like? Visitors, school building navigation, fire codes and fire drills, student parking. So, those are all kind of the headings on how we're going to operate in the building with students. My principals are going to take this in the next couple of days and use that to then train students, as period 8 is there for it. So we're not taking kids out of class, and we're going to train them on how to act and operate within the building if we go back to hybrid.
Even the number of categories that you just ran through, really makes me appreciate all the work that has to be done to get ready to bring kids in. So.
And then on the resource and materials, I kind of had that as a yellow.
Green plus it.
Green plus it. You think we're all?
Yeah, so I would say that as of today, we've ordered everything, and we've received 98% of what we believe we need to get the buildings ready. And tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. we begin to implement.
Show you some pictures.
Yeah, so hopefully by Wednesday, the building will be ready.
So Jeff has been referring to the large cafeteria as the Home Depot, because it is full of stuff. It's where we've been using to marshal all of the things that as they come in. One of the things you'll look at is I think I counted 72
75.
75. Hand sanitizer dispensers that we're going to deploy throughout the building. Kind of the interesting things that come out of this stuff that you never think of is that the fire department has mandated that if you have a stand like this, you actually also have a floor mat with it because it becomes a slip hazard if it's on the floor. So there's all these things that, we're trying to make sure we follow with all of these compliance pieces. So we also have a stack of floor mats that are ready to roll. We have air purifier devices that are in there that we're going to deploy to certain places, our isolation rooms being one of those. There's one in the middle school and one in the high school, and so they'll each get one of these machines. We have disposal bins for PPE that we purchased in our city. They're ready to go.
Yep. Air purifiers and the isolation rooms.
Yep.
Anywhere else?
So DESE guidelines do not require air purifiers, but we felt that they were necessary in 4 locations. So we purchased medical grade air purifiers that have this MERV 18 filter that filters out 99.99% of particles in the air. And we're going to install one in each isolation room and one in each nurse's office.
And sorry, for the PPE, is that just like I'm taking out the mask and throwing it away here?
It's pretty much
For those
intended for disposable masks and
and
gloves. Yeah.
Okay. That's it. So there's only certain places where they can throw it away?
Yes,
not-
there's 25 of them,
Yeah.
and they'll be positioned strategically around campus.
Stanchions for, again, traffic flow and moving people through the building, make sure we have the ropes to rope things off. We've purchased, pallets of box fans, distributed most of them actually into classrooms, and again, to help bring fresh air into rooms. Where the sewer is heated.
I think, I don't know about the library. Are there any rooms here that do not have operable windows?
There are some.
There are some interior rooms that
I
do
think
not
as
have.
classrooms? As classrooms?
I would defer to Patty and Pete on that question.
Any rooms, classrooms that don't have windows?
Operable windows.
Operable windows?
Well, every exterior window, so we did a study on every single exterior window to ensure that they were in good repair.
I remember that.
Yeah, every window has been examined.
They're all operable.
The only,
And every exterior window is operable.
yeah, the only two rooms that have traditionally been used as a classroom, but we have that they're not scheduled to be right now, that do not have windows, would be the media presentation room where you guys sometimes meet, right? And the
Fishbowl.
the room we call the fishbowl. And those are not, there are no classes scheduled to be in there, in either of those locations.
Here's your question.
Thank you, I think that's.
Right, the writing tutor room, yep, that's true.
Oh, what
Like a
was
couple of
that?
offices, but not classes, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's some office space around the corner.
There's definitely some small
Thank you,
office
Lynn.
spaces.
Keeping them honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those
there's,
feel okay? Places where there are windows? Those offices?
Well,
they would all have air circulation,
Yeah.
like this. And
Either way, I feel like having the option to have those windows and the box fans that you're providing is a huge,
Yeah.
like if there was any question of anything, knowing that you have that option. There are some schools that don't have that.
Right, yeah, I purchased over 300 box fans.
That's not all of them, they're all, if you walk around there.
There's just pallets of everything.
We purchased signage for the building, and so that's all things that are going to go in and talk about, do not enter, where you wash your hands before you leave the room, labels for the bathrooms, other kinds of signs about do not enter if you feel sick. There's some banners there actually on the table, there's signs for the isolation rooms. These big placards that we're going to put outside the doors to, direct people in and out of the building, who comes in where and where you're dropping off. Things like that. So, I mean, there's all kinds of signage. It's actually just a fraction of what we've actually brought in.
So I'm gonna just, if I can, so I'm gonna give some props to some people that really hard on this stuff. So Steve and Doug and I and Becca. I mean, hundreds of hours procuring this stuff. I mean, you can't find, if you think you can find a container of wipes right now, you can't. Right, so, finding all of this stuff was just kind of an extraordinary effort over, the past probably 9 weeks, just like scouring the internet and just working with vendors.
White boxes are spray disinfectant, brown boxes, paper towels.
You need to have that lock and key.
Jeff found the spray disinfectant.
Yeah, lock that up.
Yeah, a couple things. So with the spray disinfectant, and I know way more about this stuff than I ever should know, so it's important that it be on the EPA certified list, and it have a really short dwell time, right? So a dwell time is, how long does it take from the time you spray it till it kills the bacteria and the coronavirus and all those kinds of things? And you want something with a 1, 2, or 3 minute dwell time, as opposed to something that takes 10 or 15 minutes. So everything that we procure is EPA certified with really quick dwell times, so that it's not just for show. It serves a purpose.
That's so next to you right there.
This is spick and span. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. We purchased 4 electrostatic backpack sprayers, which can be used using some specialized EPA-approved disinfectant. You can strap these things on, and you can go around the school, and you can disinfect hundreds of thousands of square feet of space in a fraction of the time that it would take to do by hand. So we purchased 4 backpack sprayers, and yesterday I purchased 4 handheld sprayers that we'll use specifically in the calf in between lunches to cut down on the
They spray a mist that's charged so it sticks to the nearest.
and it kills.
With a short dwell time. You don't
With
have to
a really
wait it out.
short 1-minute dwell time. Yeah. So.
Things that look around, we had to cap off all of our drinking fountains.
Yeah.
Except for the bottle fillers. So you see these, if you walk around the building, you see these, nice, upside down flower pots that are locked onto the fountain heads there. Jeff talked about earlier, the field house, 270 something seats. Moving, excess desks out of classrooms instead of a 6-foot distance. We purchased portable sinks that will be put into the field house so that students can have the options of hand sanitizer or washing their hands with soap and water around lunch. We had to redeploy our setups so that we could still do our composting. And so that's now in the field house, set up, ready to go. So when we actually serve meals there. We've actually installed plexi around in our office spaces. So it's the middle school office. That's the funny thing about both. I went to both offices and they both remarked that, do you like my decorations? So they're trying to make the most of it. There's some Fisher decorations. There's the high school. There's some nice leaves going. And so things that we're doing around the building. And then finally, this was actually a conference room in the high school that's now going to be the isolation room. It's actually across the hall from the high school, the nurse's office. So it's in the process of being set up right now with some student beds, or some beds there, and we've got some other things that are going on in those rooms. It is directly across the hall from the nurse's office in the high school.
On the exterior
It was the only conference room in the high school.
The isolation room in the middle school is Doug.
It's old office. The middle school is in the principal's office suite. The office is in there. And again, we chose these because they have operable windows. That was part of the recommendation that they had outside there.
And we worked with Patty, Irene, and the nurses to identify the equipment and supplies needed for both isolation rooms, so all of that's been ordered. That's that 2% that we're still waiting to receive back
So
on.
basically, we're in really good shape.
We're in
in a
great
sense.
shape.
We think we're in pretty good shape, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff says great, I'll go with it.
Great.
Do you know when those will come?
I don't.
We have 98%.
What are you waiting for? What is it that you're waiting for to come? I'm sorry.
So we purchased a bunch of equipment and supplies specific to the isolation
Okay,
rooms.
sorry.
So we purchased, I think we submitted the order last Monday, a week ago Monday.
Okay.
So in the interim, we'll outfit it with a lot of the equipment that you saw in the pictures that Mike talked about. So a hand sanitizer, a PPE disposal bin, a medical grade air purifier. All of those things will go in there in addition to some of these other things. And then as the new equipment comes in, we'll complete the outfit. So the question was about N95 masks, which are really difficult to find. So we actually, our first order of N95 masks was placed back in June, and that wasn't filled until very recently. And then just yesterday, I found a supplier that had access to 200,000 N95 masks, and I ordered, they're like $7 a pop. So I ordered 20 boxes of 20, so 400 of them. So we'll have those in reserve for obviously our nursing staff and any staff that are in the building that require some additional PPE because of a personal medical condition.
Can you,
Oh,
sorry. I just have a question. Is the student leadership room, has that been transformed into an isolation room or something of that
No.
matter, or is that still in use?
Still just the way it was when I walked by it the other day.
Okay, so would leadership positions still be allowed to use that room during study halls, or is that closed off?
Check with your principal.
Yeah, so we've actually really focused on protecting that room for the student leadership. And then certainly we'd have to take a look at what are all of the sort of protocols we have to follow. But the idea would still be that it's there for student council, peer leaders, and so on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks,
So,
Lynn.
it was a virtual tour.
Bonnie has a question.
I just was, can you explain a little bit what the purpose of the isolation room is? Is there a,
So it's if a student presents with symptoms during the school day and they need a place to wait for an adult to come pick them up, they would use this room. Because it's, again, we're trying to keep them out of the nurse's clinic because we have students coming in and out of there, for other reasons that are not COVID related all day long. So this is a place to keep anybody who's symptomatic, that presents with symptoms during, here at school. What do we do while we're waiting for mom or dad to come get them?
It's only for students.
Only students.
Not for staff.
Staff, our protocols, if staff members feeling sick, they should let their assistant principal know and the principal know and
Exit the building.
go home.
okay. So a student first goes to the nurse's office.
There's a triage area out in the hallway. When you go downstairs, you'll look, there's a desk outside of the middle school nurse's office that says triage, because we're not bringing students in until they've determined where they should go.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
So the typical nurses area we're referring to as the wellness area. So it's the triage, the wellness, and then the isolation.
So at triage, they point you in one direction or the
Correct.
other. And if you're a student who has symptoms, you could be sent to isolation and then your ride is called and you
Yes.
hang out there.
Yep.
And I don't know, should I ask if there's an overflow, like if there's sepsis?
Great question. So we're working on that. So we're working on we just had a long conversation about that.
What do we do?
Overflow issue. Pete was very helpful in identifying a couple of potential areas that we'll be assessing over the next week or so.
And I think we'd probably call on the van from the state.
If it's that
I mean,
many,
that would
yeah,
be
but
some- a
it's just a
precursor.
question of multiple students.
I mean, we always have the tent in the interim,
Right.
right? So we could isolate in the tent area, which is outdoor, it's
Outdoor and shelter.
ideal space, right?
And you have two, so like say the case, say you had two in the high school, you could hypothetically put them at middle school.
Right, and then go to the overflow, which, is to be determined.
And the middle school setup, can you just describe the high school, can I hear how? you
Same.
set
It's the
middle
same
school?
equipment, but it's just down it's in the middle school principal's suite.
Yeah, so it's,
It's in his office.
Now, well, there's, in that, if you go in the office and you go to the right, the hallway down there's several offices, and so we've freed up one of the office spaces to.
How would a student get, do they have to go through the office to get to it?
yeah, so it would be similarly, so it's a triage space, and then
Take them to it.
directed to either the wellness space, which is the traditional nurse's office, or the isolation, which is the last office on the hallway towards the exit, with an exterior window and quick access to an exterior door.
So they could dismiss directly out
Correct.
from the
Yeah.
isolation?
Ideally, that's the setup, is exterior window, quick access to an exterior door for
The high school also has the exterior door.
This one doesn't have an exterior door, I mean, it's close to the front door.
It has a window that
Melissa has a question.
I was wondering if you could expand upon some of the other areas and what is being used, like, are students going to be allowed in libraries, locker rooms?
Locker rooms, no. Libraries, I don't know. I mean, right now, what we're looking at is trying to be as flexible as possible with spaces and saying, we may need this space in the high school library as overflow classroom space. We're looking at the two cafeterias. Well, right now, one's Home Depot, but hopefully at some point we'll be able to use the cafeterias as overflow classroom. We talked about art, I think last time when we did our tour, saying you can't fit all the art students, on the big tables in their rooms. So we moved some of them to the caf to work there. So the tent's another one, overflow space that, band might be able to go outside, So right now, we're still kind of working that through and saying, we want to keep our options open because we haven't done this before, and we're going to figure it out when things happen.
I guess I was just trying to imagine how certain classes would be run, or whether or not there'd be like a library service.
I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer to that. Phil, have you kind of worked that through?
Yeah, I've talked with Olivia Gaddy, who's the middle school librarian, a bit, and we're not sure exactly yet, but we may allow appointments set up for 2 or 3 students to come in and pick out a specific book, take it home. When they return it back, it would have to be sanitized before being returned to the stacks. But it would be limited access, the best that I can say. If there was a book that a student already knew he or she wanted to take out, they could make a request to Ms. Gaddy, and she would get it to them and leave it for the student to pick up.
That's what the public libraries do.
Yeah, I mean, part of
Put
it is
in
we're
the
trying to
request.
keep movement in the building to a minimum too. We're already moving from class to class, so it's trying to say,
That's what I anticipated you saying, so that's,
yeah, I mean. I
you're
think
just
it's-
confirming
yeah.
what I presumed.
No, I think we talked about this in August. It's not going to look the same as it did back in March.
Are lockers gonna be in use? Because for students that have sporting equipment, where is that gonna go, especially larger field hockey sticks?
No, lockers are off limits.
We'll have to figure that out.
We have to figure that out about equipment.
You're gonna carry your hockey gear
Good
with you
call.
all day long.
I was gonna, to follow up on that, what about after-school periods? Between after-school help and the late buses, which we presume, I think was said earlier, that would still go on.
Yep.
And then after school in the period that students would be going to a sport, especially if we decide to go back in October, we still have a few weeks of sports. Where are the kids gonna change?
Is it for sport? Is that a question about after school help or just?
Or just where are the kids gonna go?
So
if they're after
They
school.
Go out to wait for practice like they do now.
Okay.
I don't know whether they're changing, that's a good question.
I think these are just practical questions that maybe you didn't think of because it doesn't have anything to do with academics.
Right.
But sometimes it's a point that might stress a child out.
That was the 7-1-17 thing that you
What's that?
There's so many millions of things.
Yes.
We're all-
No, and I appreciate that you may have not talked about, but that's just
We're
something.
all saying this is the first time we've
Oh.
ever run school in a pandemic, so there's all kinds of stuff that none of us have thought about, so I'm all
I
here.
expect it's gonna come up.
Right.
And you guys will take care of it.
And that's what I said about the rooms, we don't know yet, and so when we get into it, things are gonna work themselves out, because we're gonna realize, oh wow, we need a room for this, and, that's what we'd be thinking about doing.
It looks fairly amazing for all things, not that really particular.
Yeah, that one's looking a little harsh. The nurses were talking about hanging some stuff on the walls. They were talking about hanging stuff, this was a week ago too, but they were talking about hanging stuff on the walls, they felt it was a little bare.
Yeah, I mean, everything you've done, it looks like very well thought out, and I would expect, I think we would all expect that everything else that you get a little, oh, have to think about that one, will continue along that path.
Yeah.
Get a new list.
He's getting the list as we're talking.
Flexibility and grace.
Flexibility and grace.
That's what it is, just trying, saying, okay, we gotta figure it out.
What's that? I saw him writing down the question about where to change.
Changing for sports after school.
All right, so we're going to vote. What's the next
I don't
step?
think we're there yet.
I still gotta go, I'm only on number 3.
I know,
So
well,
we take our time.
So, moving on, I'll move on to the next one, we're talking about staffing. Right now, we do not have all our classroom staffed by teachers or proctors. We're in the process of doing that. As Jeff said earlier, we have 25 applicants, I think, right now for the proctor positions, for 23 positions that we think will need that coverage. If this committee is going to vote, would vote to go to hybrid tonight, we'll start on that tomorrow morning, and we'll do what we need to do to get as many people as we can in here for whatever the date is that we're going to make that change by. Same thing goes for the hallway and cafeteria monitors. Now when we don't have a place for that either, and the applicants pool is not as large as the hallway, as the proctor one is. The other piece that we really kind of talked about, we haven't even thought about yet, at this level, but we've started to kind of scratch our heads about this, is just thinking about day-to-day subs. We are going to have to be, flexibility and grace is really what we're talking about here, where, in a regular flu season in the winter, we would not have enough day substitutes to cover for the number of teacher absences that we have.
Just so you know, Mike, we typically in a normal year have 30 substitute teachers in a pool.
Yeah.
We currently have 3.
Right. So, these are the kinds of things that's let's say this, it's going to be all hands on deck for a lot of people to just say, let's plug in, and go roll up our sleeves and go cover classes for the day, because, just thinking about, we said, we were probably saying this earlier, it's not if, it's when we have positive cases, that, maybe among our staff or family members of our staff, and they need to quarantine for 2 weeks, we're going to have to cover those things. Those are just things that we know they're going to come up. As Pete said, we don't have the substitute pool that we normally kind of rely on, so those are the kinds of things that are going to make this challenging. There will be days where I fully expect I'm going to be covering classes. It's just we're going to need those people. Jeff says no. Yeah.
Just really quickly on that. So is it possible though that if somebody suddenly has to quarantine, if the teacher suddenly has to quarantine for some reason at home, it could be a proctor or
Yes.
sub.
Could be.
So they could be at home.
That's part of the accommodation route, is saying to teachers, if you're feeling up to working from home, we would definitely want that to continue. So people, if they don't have symptoms, or if they're caring for, a family member and they can continue working from home, we would definitely encourage that. But it's just that question, so if that would be a proctor situation, But if somebody's laid up, I mean, we're gonna have to have some, and we're gonna have to make that work. So I just said we kind of spent a lot of time on staffing earlier already, so we're not gonna.
Did we
too
talk,
much.
and I'm sorry, have we talked any bit about possible, things you're exploring with regard to childcare?
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I have made some outreach to some of our local childcare providers, and I've got, the Danvers Y is actually running programming now. So it's something that they're interested in, and they do have some availability, so they're putting together some materials for me that we can distribute to people. And then Trinity Preschool in Topfield is also talked about having some availability, but still really early on in those stages. But made a few calls, tried to see if there were other options available around that we could direct people to.
But there's no room space available here.
Here, we talked about this. We don't know what we're going to need for space. We're already planning on, using the grants as overflow. I just couldn't see us running a childcare program out of the school. It's just we're not equipped for it. I've kind of heard some interesting stories that have come out of places that are trying to do it and not being very successful at it. Sure.
Yeah, just like I've been trying to ask around about this a lot, and I know a school nearby that's running a program that teachers stopped sending their kids to, because you have to remember the sending district of the teachers' kids, they're all on different schedules. So they're gonna have lunch breaks at a different time. They're gonna have a whole different schedule from each other. So suddenly they're trapped in a room all day with other kids, doing their remote hybrid prep plan with a mask on. And then with one person, it just was uncomfortable for a lot of the kids. So the teachers stopped using it. I live in a local school that a lot of people like to talk about. And
sounds like in-school suspension.
And also the schools I found doing it either already had an existing child care program in their school, pre-existing, so they already had a license placed with a location, or they had a campus where they could locate the child care in an area completely separate from their own student population. So there were a lot of things that the schools that are running child care for their teachers weren't equipped with, that Masconomet is not equipped with. And even then, they still run into a lot of problems. But I don't want to overlook that you just identified 2 local programs that normally might not be appropriate for our teachers that now can be because of your phone calls.
Danvers Y is actually willing to move their hours to 7 o'clock in the morning to do drop-off, so that our teachers could do drop-off and still get here on time for 7:30.
There's 2 private daycare centers in Middleton too.
Yeah, as I said, I reached out to Meredith at Tri-Town Council and said, who do you know? And so she gave me a couple of leads. And I said, Trinity Preschool is actually in the process of hiring somebody to take care of the children of their own staff. And said, so yeah, we would be able to open up and have some availability for some teachers there too. And that's right down the street. So there's some options that we can look at.
That's great that you're doing that.
Trying to get outside the box on this and saying, okay, what else can we do? So, the staffing piece is a big hurdle in all of this.
One more question that we do hear a lot, we heard in one of the comments I read earlier is, will the students know if their teachers will be in the classroom prior to deciding whether they're going to do hybrid or remote?
We don't know exactly yet.
And that's a moving target.
It's a moving target, yeah. As we said, we've made some outreach to people to say, do you think you're going to need it? But there's no committing,
Yeah, their responses aren't binding.
And the kids' responses aren't binding. If they show up, they want to go to hybrid, and after a week they don't like it because for whatever reason they don't like it, then they can.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the reason why we designed the schedule the way it was, is so that we could do this sort of transition back and forth as need be. As much as we're talking about having a problem where teachers may need to quarantine, we may need to have students and numbers quarantining all along through this. And so how are they going to continue their education So this idea of being able to move in the hybrid back and forth between all remote and hybrid and, pretty much seamlessly is something that we think is an important piece of the program.
Just quickly on that, we do know now who's out on one of these vacations.
Teachers, yes.
Yeah, so if kids are currently in a class where, or in classes where all of their teachers are in the classroom, it sounds like there's a strong likelihood that will continue. On the other hand, if they've got a certain, I don't think anyone has a high percentage of teachers that like this, but if you have, one or two or something, you know that already. That there's a chance that they may continue, but perhaps not.
Right. Next piece is labor agreements that we looked at. So we have a tentative agreement. It's on the agenda for us to vote on the agreement with the Teachers Association this evening. So we kind of looked at it as that labor agreement at least is done. Paraprofessionals was yellow when I did this, but actually Jeff and I think, did we finish that thing today?
We might have.
I think we did the whole thing in 2 hours this morning, so that could be a plus at this point. And then again, our administrators, MTFTs, and support staff have all are all working under their current agreements, and so there's nothing on the horizon, at least for now, that we need to do with any of those groups. And then the last piece is that budget, where we talked about this. Again, is when I did this earlier last week, it was kind of the yellow. But I think we do have a source of funds as long as the committee is okay with the approach that Jeff just presented of using our excess and deficiency to cover those unanticipated costs.
One thing I missed, when you were going through all the slides of Home Depot and all the stuff that needs to be done, and that will be done over the next few days, we had kind of been tossing around the idea of having a walkthrough for the school committee. And we talked about something that we could fit in.
So I think originally we talked about maybe doing a walkthrough with the committee next Thursday. That's probably about as early as we could do it. So next Thursday night.
Keep your calendars
open.
That would be considered a site visit, right?
It's a site visit, yeah. So we can't deliberate while it's going on, but we'll talk you through things.
We can take them on a tour, just like we did.
Just like we did
Yep.
the last time, we just do a tour.
Next Thursday?
Yeah.
That's to figure out the time. But
8 plus 7, yeah, 15. And thank you I love on the actual matrix, you have the live links, which I
I tried to link the
makes
things so you
it,
can see where the documents were.
very transparent, like the air quality studies there, if any parent wants to look at that. And then Jeff, all the financial stuff. I feel like you guys have put together a lot of information for us, so thank you.
So, I get to the recommendation. Here's where we are right now. I think, is it going to be perfect? I don't expect it to be. Are there still things that we're working out and, things that we haven't thought of yet? Absolutely. But I think we're as ready as we're going to be. I think we can give this a go and make a move for October 19th.
Okay. Liv?
Before this is voted on, can I share just like a student perspective statement that I've written down?
Yes.
That'd be okay? Do we have time for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, as you probably all know already, I'm Liv Dunham, the senior class SAB. I'd like to start off by saying, obviously no one saw this coming. I thought I'd be planning the Halloween dance and praying I did well on the SAT right now. Our lives have changed greatly, but the commitment of the Masconomet School Committee, teachers, and staff is evident. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share the thoughts and concerns of my peers. Students have expressed their desire to have clubs to meet both in the morning and in the afternoons, because it has been these which have allowed students to build community in the toughest and most disconnected times. I've reached out to my fellow students, and I'm happy to report the majority are comfortable and/or content with the online schedule and learning. Many of us have been utilizing the flexibility in the schedule to meet with teachers and guidance counselors, review course content, and complete assignments to keep up with the pace of our classes. After the adjustment of the first few weeks, online learning has felt more manageable and more productive than we may have initially anticipated. Whether students are in favor to go hybrid or remain online, the overarching theme is the challenge of a 7-period schedule. On Mondays, we have gotten a taste of what it will be like to have all 7 classes. Shorter class periods make learning more difficult. The proposed hybrid schedule with 7 classes every day, no period 8 or win block, gives our schedule less flexibility, which will make effective learning more difficult. To many students, each Monday has been notably more stressful. Your considerations for our mental health are appreciated, and I hope that they remain a leading part of the conversation tonight. Popular sentiment seems to equate better mental health with in-person learning, but it should be considered that a continually evolving educational model can also contribute to mental health challenges. The stress of starting a new routine when we have just become accustomed to the original plan is daunting, and the very real possibility that the model may change again is not an appetizing idea. Many students want to express that although returning in-person learning has certain advantages, this option is not as exclusively beneficial compared to the online learning under the restricted circumstances. Thank you for considering the thoughts and opinions of our student body.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for putting that together.
Well, great feedback on remote. I'm wondering if, and this isn't the first time we've heard some feedback on the proposed hybrid schedule. Would you mind talking a little bit about how it came about and what you're thinking with regard to?
So, yeah, I mean, it's, I think, we had a couple of models that we were looking at as part of the summit over the summer. The two, I guess, competing ideas at this point were, having basically an A-B day so that, you have 2 cohorts of students and both these hybrid models, kind of back up, we're going to divide the student body roughly in half. It'll be a random division. We'll keep families together so that siblings will be in the same cohort. And then we'll have a cohort A and a cohort B. And we'll have A day and B day. And so on A day, in one model the model that we're preferring at this point, it's an alternating day schedule. So we'll just, take the calendar and like we did before with, those ABCD A through F. It's just going to be A day or B day, and that determines when you're in school, and then when you're not in school, you're home doing remote learning. The other model that we were considering was a model where students were in person for 2 days, and then everybody was remote for a day, and then the other half of the school was in person for 2 days. One of the things we talked about this as a leadership team that we're not in favor of with that schedule is that you really go 5 days, including the weekend, between your in-person learning. So if you're in on Monday and Tuesday, you're not back in school again for almost a full week. So it's really kind of flipping your weeks and your weekends in almost a lot of ways. We thought that that lack of connection and that lack of consistency of coming into school was not something that really is in the best interest of kids. I think the other schedule has some pluses to it as well. But I think that's what we're really trying to look at this year. There's nothing that's going to be perfect, but how can we get something that's really going to be the best for the students? Problem with in the high school schedule of last year, we had a waterfall, so there were only 6 periods that actually met in any given day, and we dropped one. Unfortunately, in either of those 2 schedule models that I just kind of described to you, we got to have them all in the same day, because otherwise, if you're not in school on those days, you're going to miss a class entirely. So those are that's kind of the drawback to the idea of kind of doing a waterfall or any of you think about rotations, but I think we've heard some pretty strong feedback from families that, right now the amount of class meetings in a week is not enough. And so, any of those rotations would actually start going into that idea of, your class only meets maybe in person once a week, which isn't good. Yeah, Bill?
Yeah, just following up on that. So we've heard that you know, after some initial challenges of getting used to it, that it seems like there's a fair number of kids that like the current schedule that we're using while we're fully remote. So the question pops up, well, why don't we just use that going forward? Is the issue that we couldn't handle lunch and the mass breaks if we were to have the same schedule that we're doing now, but just have that be private?
Well, as I said to you before, depending on what day you're in, you would miss your classes. So right now, not every class meets every day.
Okay.
So you got,
okay.
you know, on Monday, every class meets.
Okay.
But on
That's a bigger
Tuesday,
concern.
on Tuesday, it's periods 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
And then on Wednesday, it's 5, 6, 7, and we had to create, you know, we created this period 8 to do the, you know, so we didn't have to take kids out of class for assemblies, but it's also, you know, because we have an uneven number of periods, and so how do you fit that into a week? So if I'm in on Tuesday, I'm gonna get periods 1 through 3, 4, but then if I don't come in on, you know, if I come back in on Thursday, I'm actually gonna have the same schedule, that 1, 2, 3, 4 again, and I won't get 5, 6, 7. If we're alternating A/B.
Right.
You know, so it's just, you know.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. I've gone around and looked at some other, you know, local schedules, and they all have some kind of hitch to them. And, you know, it's just, you know, which one do you think is, you know, which drawback do you want to go with? Because that's where they all are.
Okay. Good, thank you.
One great thing about, sorry, this isn't coming out right. The only great thing about COVID is that it gave, I love how it gave you guys a chance to come up with that remote schedule and introduce WIN, have the later start time, like Pete mentioned, and it seems like those pieces students and parents really like. And I'm so glad to know that. Yeah, all right.
Some, and I guess the question is, I don't know whether the Department of Education really likes those or not yet either.
Well, right, that's
I'm waiting to hear that.
the time on learning issue that has come up before. In my opinion, like, and I know you guys have gone all around to try to figure out the best hybrid model. I think eventually, like maybe with some reflection and practice with both models and time and talking to the state, there probably is, you know, freedom. I mean, obviously, this is what you guys are good at. This isn't ours. This is yours.
We haven't stopped talking about this. I mean, Pete talked about we're gonna meet with the department heads tomorrow and kind of review remote and say, you know, again, thinking ahead, saying, you know, if hopefully, you know, we have to pivot back, will it be the exact same schedule? And maybe it won't be. You know, those are the kinds of things we're going to talk about and try and say, is there a way to get better at it? That's what we're constantly doing, is we're doing what we're doing, saying, is this the best thing for our kids? And if the answer is no, then what is? So that's what we'll do.
Did you give us the results of some of the feedback you learned from the parent survey?
The real big takeaway, I kind of alluded to it a little earlier, was we have about 210 students who have opted for remote. That's the big.
Okay. What percent of the people that apply?
Oh, it's pretty high at this point. Did you get it? You remember, I think it was over 900 responses.
What was the question?
How many responses were to the survey? Do you remember?
Yeah, it's around 1,200.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, we did find, so we've got a couple of the administrative assistants mining down. Of the 1,200, there was a portion of people who didn't answer some of the bus questions though. So we're gonna have to reach back out to them and ask them to complete those. But by and large, there's 1,200 out of, 1,700.
So Pete, what I was asked is trying to figure out what percentage of those wanted to stay remote.
About 13 or 14%.
And how many want to go hybrid?
14%.
Okay, so it's 200 out of 900.
Yeah.
They want that.
No, how many people replied to the survey?
1,200.
1,200.
It was about
About
17.
17%.
Okay.
Sorry, that's people with families, that's what the other thing I was like
It was
Two
12
days.
1,200
Individual kids.
responses,
1,200 responses, but
some of those
200,
obviously having multiple children.
200 individual children.
So I know I said 1,200 out of 1,700.
Okay.
All right, so it's
1,200
significant, but
families,
it's small, it's by far
It's pretty close to.
the minority. Okay.
Yeah,
No, but that wanted
The
to
number
stay
was
remote.
200, yeah, it was about 210.
That's lower than we think.
Yeah, I thought it could be upwards of 25.
It was
So,
like 145 in the high school and 78.
70 in the middle school, yeah.
Okay. So we have some questions, Austin?
Right now, the instructional methods that teacher uses, is the same for every student because it's the same model. If you go to hybrid, how does that instruction change? Because the teacher is teaching some kids that are in the classroom and some kids that are remote. And then we have some kids that are always remote.
So it's a paradigm shift, is what we're really kind of trying to describe this with people, and that's where we use this idea of that flipped classroom model. So to say that the remote is really the basis of what we're doing. And so we're going to, our instruction on how teachers should attack this and approach this is the same plan still as remote, and just, for 3 days in 1 week and 2 days in another week, you're actually going to be able to give more one-to-one or direct support to kids. But they all should be basically working on the same thing day to day. Because as you said, there are going to be kids at home doing remote. We'll have kids coming in and out with kids being sick. And then there's this question of, how do we cover all the curriculum that's come up before as well? And, unless we're continuing our instruction and moving it forward day to day, if you said you're going to teach the same thing on Monday that you're going to teach on Tuesday, then you will only have half of the instructional time that you're going to
So,
do.
if you do this flipped, classroom, what do the kids that are all remote?
So they're going to be doing that remote, as I said, the remote is the basis, and so that's where they're going to be.
I know, but then, when the kids are in the classroom, you kind of do more hands-on, but it's
We can't.
You can't.
You can't do hands-on.
Well, you do something, it just strikes me as going to be a very difficult thing for the instructors to come up with ways to keep kids engaged, keep them moving forward when you have kids in your classroom and kids at home, and you're teaching them.
Same material.
So what's the difference if the kids are in the classroom?
If they choose to be there, they want to be
If, what is the benefit of it? If from an instructional point of view, if you're doing the same thing as you're doing remote.
That you'll actually have somebody there immediately to answer your questions if you're working on this. I mean, one of the models that, again, that we're hearing from the field is, people are really encouraging doing sort of what, the first 10 is what they're talking about it as, and saying, okay, for the first 10, at least 10 minutes of every class period, you're going to be synchronous. And so you're going to have everybody together, that's where the live streaming piece would come in, and that, teachers are going to give direct instruction to everybody in the room and at home at the same time. And then at that point, you're going to break onto, those kids that are home that day are really going to be given more asynchronous tasks to work on while, for the rest of that class period, while the kids that are in class may be doing the exact same thing, or they may be doing something a little different. But it's going to be, that's where the teacher would be involved in that room. It's not easy, I agree. It's a paradigm shift on how you actually approach your instruction.
And is it equitable?
Because the kids are getting the same time in class.
It's equitable. Education was.
But you're doing it
If Bonnie wants to.
differently.
I just wanted to throw out there that the thing I love about how we started remote is that we created this really learner-centered environment where kids are starting to learn to be empowered, to be learning the way that feel that they need to learn. And that, for me, thinking about the hybrid, it just facilitates that other need, like there are kids who really need that, who really need to be in a physical, three-dimensional
Special
space
needs.
to see like a full person, and it just is like part of, even just the way, like every classroom looks the same when you're here. For some kids, that is a real need, that they want to be in a physical space that is different each time for each different class. And it's important to us to be thinking about, so in that just is my answer to the question of equitable, that it will be serving another part of the need in the full range of all of the needs.
But, in doing that, it makes instruction, harder. So if it's harder, is it going to be as good? I don't know the answer.
Special needs students by being in.
I just wanted to throw in that I agree with that. I feel like focusing on both the in-person and online is going to be difficult. How are they going to get equal focuses? And I'm just concerned mostly about kids also who choose to stay all online. They're not going to get that same interaction and focus that the teacher has when they're in the class.
Joe?
I just wanted to give my 60 seconds. And based on the recommendation, I'm very hopeful that the vote will go the right way. And I just want to say that you guys thought of everything. I can't see anything you missed. I think everything's covered. And based on the percentage of increases, that was the only thing I really wanted to touch on, was you got to understand that the more testing there is, the more cases you're going to see, the more false positives you're going to see. So when we make our decision to vote, you got to remember that. And we really can't be afraid of what might happen. We have to move forward. This is here. We got to understand that. We know what to do. I think based on this, we're going to make the right decision. So I think it's time to vote.
Getting late.
A few other hands. Terry?
I just wanted to quickly go back to the schedule thing because I'm confused, and it's probably just me, but so the hybrid, if you have students if you move to hybrid, you have some students who are at home. My son would be at home. So the schedule is the same no matter where you are. So what I'm not failing to understand, what I'm not getting is, why wouldn't the current online model, putting aside the questions about does DESE appreciate the time on learning and stuff, but why wouldn't the same schedule work? Why wouldn't you get every class?
Because you don't have every class on the same day.
But you'd still have the same classes all week. It's just you might not be in the room with your teacher, right?
So
Yeah, but so if you were, if just thinking about a regular week, so AB, so we're looking at that schedule, everybody would get all their classes on. If you're in the building on Monday, you get all the classes, but if you're home, you're gonna get them all remote.
Right.
On Tuesday, Tuesday, the other half of the school is coming in.
Right.
They're gonna get periods 1 through 4 in person. The next day, the first group's gonna come back in again. They're gonna get periods 5, 6, 7, 8 in person.
Right, but
The
you still
first
have
group's
all
gonna
the
come back in
classes.
again and get 1, 2, 3, 4 again.
Yeah. But 1 week you're in Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The next week you're in Tuesday, Thursday. So over a 2-week period, it works.
Yeah, you get every class, right? You're not missing any classes. That's the key
But
part about
you're
it.
off in the in-person part of it.
But the in-person, that's, I
The
guess that's
in-person
like.
part of it
Students need the
actual
in-person
class.
approach.
The actual
The
in-person
actual
piece
class.
is.
Special needs students.
I understand what you're saying, right? I'm just trying to speak, okay? If you want to speak, you need to raise your hand and ask to speak. So that's what all I was trying to
Yeah.
find out is like, okay. So it wouldn't be that you'd be missing something, it's just that you might not ever see a particular teacher in person.
In person, right.
Okay.
That's what we're trying to do, is get equal in-person.
Yeah, I
for all
got it
kids.
now. Okay, thank you.
Bonnie?
I just want to share real quickly, I have really been struggling with this schedule too. And it helped me, Liv and Terry, when I thought about the 2 days, the AB,
like you're still essentially, you know how like right now it takes 2 days to get through all your classes? If you kind of think about it in that way, where like on the first 2 days, you're essentially getting through all your classes, only just the people are split, so you have to do 7. But if it's still,
It's just too
but
late.
it's still,
Too late
well,
to
no,
do
but it
whatever you
still
can.
is kind of like, it's kind of like you took that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which now takes us 2 days, but because we're having to split the cohorts, you have to do it more, but you're not really, so there's more transitions, but it helped me to just think about it in that way, that it's still,
I just wanted to
it
understand.
still
'cause I
isn't
know
that
that's come up
different.
Too.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, by the way, that, there are people who, and with you too, that we've seen, I mean, there are people with different needs, and I think we need to respect that, so that's my thought. That's all I have to say.
Asha?
I don't mean to move away from the models, and we can come back to it, but or we can answer my question later, but we were talking about the survey that went out and the busing needs, which I guess you didn't get everybody answering on buses, but do we have a need for extra buses? That's what that solved. Was that part of it? Like, was that part of the reason why kids were asked if they wanted the survey that went out, if they were going to be using the bus? Was that helping to determine how many buses we had? If we had the right amount of buses per putting students on them?
Yeah, confirm ridership and get a sense for how many students were hoping to drive, and get a sense for how many students would be driven by parents or guardians, just to kind of get our hands around all those kinds of things. But partly, yes, to confirm what you just talked about.
And we do not need any more buses,
No.
as per expectations.
I mean, I think Pete would agree that, we've never had the sense that we would ever need more than 28 buses.
Okay, I just wanted to.
In a hybrid. In a hybrid, given DES and guidance.
So, sort of along the lines of what Joe, I just want to give some of my overall thoughts so that we can get closer to a conclusion. First, I want to thank the young lady here tonight. I think it's very helpful to have a student's opinion, particularly on the schedule. I'm not going to beat the schedule issue to death. I do have concerns. My concerns focus mostly from a special education perspective in the hybrid model. I'm concerned about the amount of time students have for services in which they might need to be pulled out because the periods are shorter and we no longer have that WIN block or that period 8 block. And I think that we have students who are going to need compensatory services or who are going to need additional help. So I'm just concerned overall about how those needs are going to be met in I'll call it a busier, shorter schedule in terms of the number of classes in the day for those students and the reduced amount of time in those classes with their teacher where they may be receiving services or have use of an aid. And I think that, from my perspective, that's a concern. I think that for mental health purposes, our kids need to get back to school, and by choosing a hybrid model, we're giving families who desperately want their kids in school the opportunity, and those parents who are uncomfortable, they still have the choice to keep their kids home. The one thing I would stress to all of us and to our community is that a vote for hybrid, in my mind, and it's only my opinion, but I am certain that in a short period of time we will experience our first case. I think we all have to be prepared for a case and the repercussions. And in order for us to do this successfully, we need community buy-in in ways that I don't think we currently have. That doesn't necessarily change my vote, but I want to make sure that everyone understands that when we choose to send our students to school, we are not only making a choice about our student and our family, we're impacting every single other family that goes to this school. And I know that there are people in our communities who go out and vocally say that they're allowing their students to gather and not follow public health measures. And I know that they're encouraging their kids to get together with their friends or go to that party. Regardless of how I feel about that opinion on my own, that doesn't matter. What does matter is that that decision to not follow public health measures impacts every other student. And if there are people who are vocal about it within our community, for every person vocal, there is at least a handful who are not advertising their view. So I am concerned about the population who chooses not to follow public health measures, and we have no way to hold people accountable outside our building. So if we choose to vote for hybrid, I want to be clear to the public that my expectation is that if you want your student in this school, you are going to be complying with public health measures.
Good point. That was a good point. Thank you, Kristen.
You know, normally I have come to any meeting and I pretty much know how I want to vote and advocate for on a particular issue. On this one, you know, I go back and forth. When we opened school remotely, I was absolutely certain that that was the right way to go. Right now, I'm not so sure what to do. As Pete said, you know, what is the goal? If the goal is safety, then staying in remote is the way to go. Because although there are low numbers in our 3 communities, what are the communities of the adults in the building like? We don't know. And in Middleton, at the end of May, there were 0 cases under 19. And since then, about 40% of the cases have been in under 19. That goes toward the point that Kristen was talked about. I recognize the fact that it is, emotionally better, for some, students to be, in a building, have some, physical interaction, even though it's 6 feet apart. So I go back, and forth, and I probably won't know which way I'm gonna go until we actually vote, and I raise my hand for one or the other.
It's always nice to hear what's going on in your brain. Thank you. Melissa?
I'm just hoping that we can maybe just address what is a situation where we will go and pivot, because I know everybody likes that word, I forget. From, if we were to vote hybrid tonight, what is a situation where we would pivot from hybrid to remote? And my presumption is that either the state makes the call or the superintendent's office. And how would you make that call? Sorry. It's an important one, I think, for people to understand.
That is part of what the DESE guidance talks about, and it's really talking about having large numbers of cases. I mean, if we're going to have to call in the rapid response team from the state, that's probably the reason to go back to remote.
Okay.
But again, you're not even supposed to do that unless you call Russell Johnson. He's in the book. From the Department of Education first, and have a discussion with them about why you're doing what you're doing. They're actually asking you to clear it with them before you make a move.
Based on the letter that came out from DESE a few weeks ago,
It's part of the guidance. It says you will not close the school unless you call us first.
So a single case.
I don't know or what, but they just say you may not do it unless you're calling the commissioner's office first to let them know what's going on.
Okay. Just to clarify, single case isn't going to immediately wrap or switch it back to remote.
No, as you said, I think that's a question of when, when we're gonna have a case. I think the protocols that we put in place are, the right ones to make sure that we're, keeping everybody else as safe as possible, in the presence of somebody else that might be positive. But then it becomes a question of, when you start getting community spread, things like that. Those are kinds of things where we're like, all right, we gotta back off.
And I do have confidence that the administration is doing their very best to keep everyone healthy and will continue to do so. So, but I think that it's important for the community to sort of understand that there could be at some point in time where we go back to a fully remote model if we were to choose hybrid tonight.
Does anyone have questions still? Okay. Zoe?
Does Middleton have a way of showing us where they are without the jail that would tell us if they would qualify to be in the
Yes.
They did.
No,
They do.
you know, there's
He said yes.
2 active cases.
I just need to know if that would trick, because the map, you know, as far as the state shows, they would tell us we have to follow Oxford. But if anyone in Freetown is in red minus the correctional facility, I would find that a big enough concern that I think that we might need to consider.
Did Middleton have 0 cases?
As of Monday, last Monday, the 28th, Derek had said he had 1 at-large active case, so everything else was in the jail.
I'm not concerned right now, but I was heard her question of like, how do you know when school might be?
Well,
So figured to do it.
The problem is that our red might be like 3 cases, right?
But isn't the guidance that if you're in red? you're
No.
okay? Oh,
No.
but is it if you're in red?
No, what the commissioner's office has said is you shouldn't make a phase change based on the metrics unless it's 3 consecutive weeks.
yeah.
And my second question is this 15,000 page protocols packet you have today.
63.
So I'm making a lot of assumptions based on some conversations we've had about what's in there, but I have not seen it. And I really I feel that we should at least put my eyes on this.
Just waiting for a proofread.
Yeah, I know, it's just, you know.
Do you want to read it tonight? Before we
I'm
vote?
saying, I don't know if we could have sort of a, almost like, I'm trusting you, but it's kind of a qualified vote, like, we should, as a representative of our community, I know people are gonna say, how could you possibly vote without actually looking at that? Because we can't. Tasha, sorry, I need to do, I have made assumptions before, and I was wrong in my assumptions. So I'm learning from experience. I have a lot of confidence in it because of the conversations we've had and the kinds of things we've been presented with. I still feel that it's my responsibility to look at it. So, that's I know you don't want to call it.
I'm probably sharing it.
You see that?
As far as
May have
in
some typo.
this moment, I would almost feel like it needs to be sort of a qualified vote.
I don't know if you can see that.
Well, I think you can say that when you make your vote. I'm not sure that we're going to make everybody's vote qualified on that unless other people want to make their votes.
As of yesterday, so,
Any other specific questions?
yeah.
No?
Like, should we consider making developments sort of matrix?
Yeah.
Derek does every
Is there
Friday.
a tree around to answer certain questions? Yeah.
You mean with regard to when you would switch?
If we would need
Pivot
it
back.
Yeah.
Pivot back, yes, it's switching, that's right. Okay, I have one comment, just as a regular member, to say that, like, with regard to, Costa was talking about, you know, is it safe? Is it safe enough to come back? And the way I feel about that is, I wish it was as safe as it was before COVID, but it's not, obviously. And I just feel like we are several months, if not well over a year, before we're ever going to be close to as safe as we want it, you know, as we used to be. So when I consider this, I mean, I like the advantages of remote. I like the feedback we're hearing from students specifically about remote, but I'm not sure that that's a model I would want to stay in for like long periods of time. I think it's important that we stick with our initial decision to get to hybrid, to get something closer to in-person learning. It's definitely not perfect, as I said at the beginning, and you know, we all have slight scheduling concerns, we all have little concerns on the edges, but I think those are things we're just going to have to work through. And it's not a binding decision for the rest of these children's lives. Like if we're gonna go, we're gonna do it, we're gonna give it time to settle, like we are still doing with remote. We're officially like in day 13 right now of remote, so we're not even very far along with that. So we're gonna have to give it time, and then we have good administration. They know how to pivot and change things if they need to. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, because about the slight areas that we think have some weaknesses, I guess I would say. Melissa?
What happens if we vote yes and we don't have the staff to start on the 19th? I like to look at all possibilities, because if people get it in their mind that we're going hybrid and then on the 16th we say sorry, that's going to probably cause more issues than we may think right now. I have optimism, though. I'm not a cynic on this issue. I have optimism.
How confident are you that we will have enough staff to cover by October 19th?
That is like a puzzle.
That's the universe.
I'm pretty confident. I think the building's gonna be ready, and I think we're gonna be ready.
Okay.
Let's be
But
optimistic.
don't shoot me
If we're not.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's
that's,
the thing.
we're gonna
It's
call
a
25
pandemic.
people, and if,
and we're gonna keep recruiting, and
calls
we're gonna work.
Grace and
we're
flexibility.
gonna call some volunteers, and we're gonna do what we need to do.
Yeah, so, are we gonna have 23 proctors in place on the 19th? I don't know, but we're gonna work our hardest between now and then to make sure we have as many as we possibly can. Are we gonna have 15 CAF monitors? I don't know, but we commit to the community and to the committee that we're gonna do everything we possibly can to make it happen. Is the building gonna be ready? We're gonna do everything we can to make it ready, and I think we've shown that we've really worked hard since our conversation on August 12th. So we're committed to making this happen.
If you found that you were not quite like that you needed to, would you maybe phase it and like do the middle school and the high school after a week so that you can get those steps to be up and running? Like, do you have plan Bs that you could just throw back at us quickly?
I mean, could we use an extra week from an HR perspective? Yes, we could. But when do we stop saying we need more time?
Yeah.
Right? So could we use an extra week? I think we could. But do we need it? Absolutely need it? I don't think we do, but we could use it.
All right. Any other questions on this? Anyone want to make a motion? Make a motion?
It's gonna be a motion with a comment before it.
Usually it is.
Usually is, right? Thank you. Okay, I just want to say, well, first of all, grace and flexibility. That's like the new catchphrase, because I absolutely love that term, and I think that the whole process, even as to when we have to pivot either way, I don't think anything's going to ever be clear. It's not black and white, and there's a whole huge area of gray. I fully appreciate the respect that this committee has had to this process. I think we've really put it through the ringer. We put our administration through the ringer and really expected a lot from them, and I think we've received it, right? Like, you guys have been working your butts off, and so on behalf of myself, and I assume other people feel this way as well, like, we thank you. That just seeing the pictures, like, that takes hours and hours of work that aren't part of your everyday job. So, and nobody expected, as we've all said, to have a pandemic. Similar to Costa, I actually had no feeling as to what I wanted to vote. And I know what the community, or at least the very vocal ones, have. And, it would be nice if our committee could be treated with the respect that we're treating with each other right now. Because we're doing this, we're here, taking a ton of time to put in, I don't know, what we can for our kids. And there are real constituents in this. The towns that we that we're from and the kids. And we've always put kids and their mental health first because we know that that's the most important thing. And now, it's awesome that our kids have done really well in remote, like so much more than anyone ever expected, and they're seeing some really great benefits of different periods or times. And I would hope that as this grace and flexibility gets extended, if after a month or two our administration says, hey, this 7-day schedule in hybrid isn't, or 7-period block days in hybrid doesn't work, that they're gonna know before any of us. And they're gonna say, hey, let's try and do a little bit of pivoting there and change some things up, because that's all we can do is our best right now. So with that, and at the end of my very long opinion,
That was great.
I would make a motion to try this hybrid schedule out and hope for the best. So that is my motion, to move into a hybrid schedule on October 19th, because you don't know when the extensions are. So I would like to move forward. If you tell me no, we'll accept that.
And I'll second it.
Okay, Mary Jane seconded. All right, roll call or?
Just a hand.
Okay, put your hands up, hands in the air if you're in favor of Tasha's motion to go to hybrid on October 19th.
Bill, you only get one.
You only get one, Joe, sorry.
Is that everybody? All right, that's unanimous. Yeah,
Great.
All right,
Awesome.
thank you for that.
Surprised, I thought you were 51 the other way.
Pivoting.
What happened?
I told you.
My speech, Natasha.
Last minute.
I had no
Was there-
idea until we started either, so.
I have to say that.
It's trial and error.
Ignore them twice, focus on the students' needs. So we did it.
Oh, okay. Hey, Liv, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you for having me.
Respect them, and we look forward to hearing from
We have more.
the SAB.
Yeah.
I know, but I
Work to do.
Like, we have a whole lot of numbers.
Tomorrow.
Wish. Yeah, thank you. And the team.
Thank you. Thank you, Liv.
Oh, sorry, I know, sorry. All right. Next up is approval of the MOA with the Masconomet Teachers Association. This is what the topic of our executive session earlier that we had, and the school committee signed off on the is it MOA? MOA.
Not understanding.
This one says the agreement between.
All right, sorry. The agreement with the teachers that they also voted on as a full unit and approved at the end of September. So we're in good shape. We got there. It did take a lot of work, but both sides were committed to reaching an agreement. Any reason to hit the highlights on that, Tasha?
We've agreed that's a highlight.
Yeah, we have. One new thing that is being put into place is a standing advisory committee made up of equal representation from the union and from the administration. And the plan is to meet weekly to go over, bi-weekly, sorry. Any questions, comments, concerns, and successes related to the health and safety of the school environment. So a direct channel for the teachers to talk to administration about any concerns they have during this pandemic period. And the other big thing that came out of it was the air quality study, which we've already discussed and is complete and went well. Those are the two big things. Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the MOA as it's been written.
So I guess we have to do it in live session. I'm sorry, I forgot that we do. Thank you for making the motion to.
I'll second.
That was Kristen?
Yes.
Okay. Raise your hand if you're in approve of the MOA. All right, unanimous, thank you. Subcommittee reports, it's after 11. I think we need to hit the policy ones. And I would like to propose that we put off the other ones for our next meeting. I have one community engagement, but we can just do it quickly, that's after. All right, Melissa, you want to go?
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually do, I think, the face covering one, I'm sorry, EBC supplemental. And there's a copy in our packets of the one that we were, it's our second review. Kristen kindly made some typographical error changes, which I can point out and I will fix. So to this, on page 2, on the bullet called attendance, there's missing a period.
If they're just typos, I don't think you need to.
Okay, so I don't have to do that. Okay, so, sorry.
That's okay.
So there were some questions asked about this regarding special education, whether or not our back-to-school plan recommended contains protocols for serving students who are disciplined or suspended. We are referring to our handbooks for discipline issues. And we consulted with Mike, and there's no need to update our student handbook for COVID protocols at the moment, because it will be covered between this policy and our report. There'll be broad discretion among the superintendent's office and then building principals.
Okay.
And the SRO is not considered a visitor, so he or she can enter. And then there was a question about adding that the superintendent can work with the local boards, and that is actually part of our report. So this policy refers to our return to school plan that was submitted to DESE, as well as all existing policies. And it does give the superintendent broad discretion. So I don't know if anyone has any other questions.
I move to approve EBC supplemental policy.
My second.
Everyone, raise your hand if you're in favor. Okay, it's unanimous. Let's go on to the mask or
Okay.
face covering policy.
The face covering policy, I think we do need to address Gretchen Fishman's request that we discuss, that the administration speak about the physical restraint and use of masks policy, or how that will be handled. I guess I'm looking at you, Patty, probably.
Well, at this point, we are a district that we say are hands-off, so in my time here, 8 years, we have had 0 restraints. That's how we function. Our staff are CPI trained, we were CPI trained last week, I believe. I'm not sure if that was part of or included in that, but I'll check on that.
Okay.
See if that's the COVID. But I do agree that we could put something in, just to safeguard us. And us to just have that practice of taking it off. I don't think that would be, I think that would be the rest to. And no, I think that might happen.
Okay.
Again, it's very unlikely, but
So in that case, I would, and Mike, does the policy and procedures related to face masks address? I'm assuming it doesn't address this particular issue.
No, but I would say it's more, it does become more implementation based. It's not necessarily, that's what I was looking here is, it does say, face masks will not be required for anyone who has medical, behavioral, or other challenges making it unsafe to wear a face mask or a face covering. Which then, when we go into the implementation of that, the procedural piece, which would say to somebody, if you're going to restrain somebody, you need to take the mask off. I don't know if we need, that specific policy statement.
Costa, do you have a comment on that?
No, it's a different topic.
No. Hold on for a second. What do you guys want to do? Want to leave it as is?
Do you have a suggestion, Kristen?
I don't have suggested language. Personally, in areas of this, I always prefer more to be explicit and cover myself rather than to leave it up to assumptions. So I would lean in the direction of clarifying the statement.
If it's a hands-off policy of the school, then we wouldn't do nothing.
Agreed, but I don't think it hurts you to include the language.
So like right after behavioral, like in that context, or in?
I would
Maybe
actually,
in the, I'm sorry.
yeah, I was gonna say, I would suggest in the bullets after the individual A has trouble breathing, is incapacitated, the individual is involved in a physical restraint or seclusion.
Yeah, the individual's being restrained.
Yeah.
So are we adding words to this?
Adding a bullet that's where the four up the top, after cannot remove the mask or face covering without assistant, getting a bullet that says is being restrained physically.
I would say that the individual is being restrained or is in seclusion in accordance with district policy.
There you go.
I was just checking Gretchen's note. She also mentioned if they're in seclusion or in timeout.
She just
We
said
don't
it.
do
We don't do
that.
that.
Sorry.
She put it in there, but we don't do it.
We don't do it. Like, it's different.
So
It's
it-
illegal.
So you can't do isolation assistant.
So it should be timeout instead of seclusion?
I know, right? No, they don't do that either. So just in case of restraint, period.
Yeah, I was thinking we're covering this up.
Okay, thank you, sorry. So the last bullet under the individual, is being restrained in accordance with district policy.
Do we even have a policy though? If we don't have a policy.
You'll be working on it.
That sounds like they're being restrained in accordance with district policy. Have a policy to restrain people.
Yeah,
That's true.
I wouldn't
That's
put
true.
anything in about district policy, because if the district practice is not to follow any restraint or use
But we
timeouts,
follow de-escalation rather than restraints, hence the CPI training that we have yearly. So
Okay,
I don't really feel comfortable using her district policy.
yeah, I
is
wouldn't.
being restrained?
Yeah,
Okay, all right. The,
I suppose then it could be someone who's not staff, like it could be, not be between people.
The definition of restraint is to be students show right everything. It's supposed to be. Yes.
Anything else on it, Melissa?
I will add that we added the use of gaiters and face shields is not permitted due to unknown efficacy, and the policy on face coverings for students who show up without one is essentially that it would be a building level issue, and it would be handled as a as a discipline or however the school handles matters such as that.
We would provide it. If someone showed up
Yes.
without, we would just provide it.
Yes.
Are you gonna do that all days? Every day that they don't show up with one?
Yeah.
Does it not eventually become a discipline issue?
Eventually, it's like that. It's
Yeah, it would,
Same
Yeah, we talked about
It-
that.
it would be at the discretion of the building principal or whomever.
Will that be going home to families, like the face policy?
Whole thing will.
Be going to families?
Yep, yeah. And all the students will be trained.
I know that there's a lot of gator wearers, so like just.
All right, anything else?
I think Costa had his hand.
Oh,
raised.
that was, going to be my question is, how many face masks will you provide to the same student?
So I trust that
We
they'll
were
work
told
that
to
out.
buy one per student per week was the guidelines for testing.
We have 100,000 face masks.
Let's hope we don't have, let's hope they.
Send them a bill.
My son will need 90,000, what's wrong with
I thought he was staying home.
Yeah, right, when you go to
Sorry, okay. I vote to.
That was good at 11:15.
Yeah.
TV audience.
She's just getting going.
Yeah. All right, I move to approve policy EBCFA about face masks. All in favor, raise your hand. everybody who's left, okay. I would ask that everybody read the third policy, then, or do we need to read that one?
No, it's the first read.
It's the first read,
So
so
just
no.
read it, if you have any comments, please get them to Melissa as soon as possible and before their next meeting, whenever that's. Okay. Is that all right, Melissa, if we move on?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank
We
you
don't
very
have a
much.
next meeting scheduled, so we'll have to schedule one.
Okay. And then Bonnie has something brief to say about community.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say everything else I was gonna say, but I wanna ask the question of a forum.
Yeah.
We've been working toward the idea of having a second forum to help people understand. My question is, how realistic would it be to try to have something? Or is there some solutions that we could think about mainly to help families have their, I think a lot of questions got answered tonight, and a lot, I guess we have been planning on having a forum, so.
I mean, it's a good question, because even though a lot of questions were answered tonight, they were also answered about the remote model. It's a matter of getting the word out to people who aren't listening to every word.
Yeah, and so the first question is, do you think we could? And then second would be when? I know we said we're gonna do the walkthrough on the 15th, ideally.
How much time do you need to prepare? Start there. Because I think it's a great idea. I think the first one went off really well.
It's
and
not
I
really,
think
it's not how much I need to prepare. I mean, the questions are mainly in
I mean the universal I,
but
how
it
much
would be
time?
it was the question, I mean, really the question is probably for Jeff. I mean, it would be Jeff and the principals and Doug and the nurses, ideally, like the people that are really implementing. And I know you're slammed.
So it's flat out between now and 7 a.m. on the 19th. Like flat out.
So is there a way that like the training elements, like that the protocol document and the training elements that are going to the students could kind of go to the families?
There's probably some highlight sections.
The document is, the trainings that are gonna be done are gonna be based from the schools, so. I don't know if it's something that's reported necessarily, it's more of a presentation.
But I mean, that's a good point. I mean, the people that really need to know what's going on are the students, and they are going to get trained. Yeah, so it's kind of built right in. And if you have any other questions, give Bonnie.
Parents can watch over their shoulders.
We do still have that survey open. We can send that link out again and say if you have pressing questions, and we could create a
Turn it into an FAQ.
FAQ.
Yeah, that's what
There,
you up for that?
there may be people who said they would go hybrid and based on a question would then choose remote, so that's probably helpful.
Alternatively, you could potentially do another listening session that you did the other night, which seemed to work pretty well, and then that would gather
That's what I'm-
additional questions that you could put together an after-the-fact document. If we do it like early in the week and then get information out before they go back on Monday, it could be gathering some information. We have their questions, and then we can fill in the answers and push it out to the community in a written format rather than a live answer session, which would probably take less time for people.
Yeah. That's the issue, it's 6 days.
Right.
We have 6 days to get it ready.
Okay, well, our subcommittee is planning to meet on the Tuesday at 7 p.m. the 13th.
Make it a listening session.
I don't know for sure if you're, who else is going to be there, but we'll have that posted, and I'll think about what we can do with it.
I mean, there are some main questions that we can be very easily answer. You can go remote, you can stay remote if you want to stay remote. You probably won't know the names of your teachers that may not be there, ahead of time. You can always switch back. Like I know, we kind of know what the questions are, so I feel like we've already heard them. So maybe that is the answer, and then if we come out of that and realize, oh gosh, we need Jeff and Mike and Patty to answer these, then we let you guys know.
And that could just come out as communication with them.
Yeah.
When you're not ready.
Even questions, like there were a lot of questions about lunch, and I feel like this morning the cleaning equipment that you got and the staffing that you have, we should figure out.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So Tuesday, everybody mark that up.
Tuesday at 7?
Thursday.
Yeah, at 7 on the 13th.
Okay. Thank you, Bonnie. That was very important, so thank you.
Probably more important than they said.
Okay. What was that?
It's very important, but in terms of talking about tonight.
All right, the last thing on, so budget, we've covered, negotiations we've covered, DCI, there's something to talk about, Olivia's done, so it's just anti-racism, the resolution that's in there, I want to take that seriously, I'd like to take that to the next meeting.
And let people know that it's linked in the agenda and they can look at it.
Yes, thank you, it is there, if anyone has any feedback, please let me or Tasha know.
And I'll just say that from what I've heard from Kelly Kujar at MASC, that like their annual event that's in Hyannis every year isn't going to be happening, obviously. But they will have a one day where different resolutions and stuff will be voted on. So after we, I guess, go through this, like this could be submitted to them as part of a greater thing. And we should have a designee to attend that virtual whatever it is and to vote on it.
And don't forget the lunch sessions. Don't forget they have those lunches.
Oh, yeah.
Or eat lunch with them.
All right, I'm going to move on to the consent agenda.
We're meeting on Tuesday.
Oh, we're meeting on Tuesday.
I'm sorry.
Which is a departure from our every other.
Are you meeting during the day then?
Yeah.
We meet Mondays at 1, except next Monday is, we're meeting Tuesday at 1.
Okay.
Can you not do that?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I thought you were just like saying.
He's thinking of his holiday.
Okay, you're allowed.
All right, moving on to the consent agenda.
Move to accept.
Okay. All right, all in favor? Okay, unanimous?
Thank you.
Second, all in
Thank you to
favor?
the music department for that gift.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Well done.
Patty, you got anything?
Thank you.